Sorry about that, everybody. There was a weird thing in Twitch, but here we go. There will be here in a minute.
The PS5.
Oh no, man.
I don't know about your side of town, but we're getting like shipments once every couple of weeks.
How long is it gonna be?
Oh, we're
until
not getting any. Yeah, America's not getting any. I don't know why, but America is not getting any PS5s.
I have a PS5.
You spent a lot for that PS5, brother.
Yeah,
I didn't spend that much for that PS5. Hey guys,
like
what's going on? How's everybody doing?
Hello.
On average,
Hi.
$800. Hey,
How are you?
We're just talking about how America's not getting any PS5s.
I got a Nintendo Switch though, and Pokemon's coming out in 2 days, so that's good.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, that's perfect. Everything.
The Grand Underground awaits.
I just
You
want to.
enjoying the Ruined King deco?
What? No, what? Huh? What? Nothing. What?
Oh yeah, that came out.
I wasn't doing anything like that.
We can see your hands.
Oh, what? You can. Oh, whoa! I didn't. I had no idea that you guys could. Anyway, I'm gonna pick this back up. You're right. I should not be playing the Rune King in front of you guys. You're right.
I didn't say that.
No, I shouldn't be. I shouldn't be doing it. I should.
Is that a League of Legends game? Rune King looks like that one guy from League of Legends.
It's a turn-based RPG made by Riot Games.
Okay. It looked like what's his name? Not Karthus.
What's in here right now?
Diego?
What I don't know what his fucking name is. I haven't played League of Legends in.
Are you talking about the Ruined King? The guy everybody said people were thirsty for?
I guess so. I know there's a guy who's like a ripoff of Karthus.
It won't let me play it. There's save data that has not been downloaded. Dang it! Freaking! I just want to make a joke. All right, so.
I don't like how they made the fucking Ruined King just some e-boy.
See, you guys.
A lot of people would disagree with you.
You guys just don't. You guys just don't understand, man. You guys just don't understand.
I don't want to understand.
And that is, I guess, the truth.
That is why I'm a winner.
I don't know. know about that. I like Viego. Viego's a pretty cool boy. They kicked his ass, and now we get to see what happened before they kicked his ass in this new game.
I want to know. I want to know what the fuck.
You already knew it. You already knew his story.
You don't know. There's a lot we don't know yet. That's why the Rune King game is actually very, very important. There's a ton we don't know yet, and it has to do with other characters, not just him.
Because I thought Viego went to the Blessed Isles to try and resurrect his his dead wife.
And that has nothing to do with what this game is about.
What else is there to know about him?
This isn't even set in that time period.
This is pre or post harrowing then.
This is whenever it happened. Anyway, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about some Avatar stuff. It's going to be potentially happening.
Part of Avatar was when Ozai went to the Blessed Isle.
Ozai goes to the Blessed Isles to resurrect not his wife, because he's the one that got rid of her. I don't know, probably himself. I don't know, something weird. Anyway, we're gonna be going into some stuff here. I'm just gonna throw us right in. Goodbye, everybody. I couldn't do any jokes because my freaking Switch wouldn't let me. We are in here in the actual room, doing some nice things, doing some good things. Nothing has changed since the last time. No things really have been added that you guys need to know about. Yeah, everything should be rather good. I knew it.
No, his name's not Diego.
It out. I said Viego.
Yeah, Viego. That's what we said.
I thought you kept calling him Diego. I thought you guys were memeing on
Go, Diego, go. Go, Diego, go.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck is this dumb Dora Explorer looking ass?
If they don't have like Ruin Explorer Viego as a skin, I'm gonna riot at Riot.
But yeah, with that being said, well,
I want them to make a fucking April Fool's where it's King Viego instead of Ruin King Viego. And he gets a toy sword.
So Avatar. So Avatar, guys.
So we are in the room here. Nothing has changed. Nothing has done anything like that. I was just about to ask if anybody wanted to do the recap before we got on more Viego stuff. So does anybody want to volunteer to do it, or should I roll a dice?
I got it.
You gotta do. Okay. Wait. What's going down, Ichibe?
Okay. All right. My dad's fucking dead!
That's true. There's no lie here.
Yeah, that's true.
There was
I appreciate the fade out that happened there.
That happened right next to me.
You know it didn't happen. You know what didn't happen right next to you? Getting in the fucking room. And what's going on?
I had to restart my computer.
I know. I'm playing around. But yeah, what else happened there, Tristan?
I don't know. I missed the rest of it.
I got you.
Thanks, buddy.
So, Jin and Akira went to look for Mei Li, who had disappeared because of the previous session.
Mm-hmm.
Akira used the dragon's eyes to spot some bright spiritual light, which helped him figure out where Mei Li had disappeared after with, the waterbender and the boy. As that happened, Luca and Ichibei eventually made their way back from looking for Brightwing, and then they got together with the rest of the group, realized the troublemakers were missing, and went looking for them. Luca tried using Zen to figure out what was going on, as well as asking around, but unfortunately they weren't able to find anything. But they learned that the ninjas were acting all showy and more public, so that's new.
That's pretty new.
But yeah, as they got that information, they decided to go to where that big event in that palace-looking place is happening. As it happened, Melee and Rue talked a bit, learned some things. Brightwing was there. He's a bird. He says stuff.
True.
Melee was like, "Hey, you know Duncan?" And Rue was like, "Oh yes, we're best friends." Press X to doubt. Da, da, da. And eventually the two of them, Brightwing realized that Akira and Jim were on the way, so Melee and Rue went to see them, and then they talked it out, got some explanations of things going on, and figured out that the two prisoners weren't related to Rue, and he wasn't helping them out or anything. And also
that's
the
still
group
yet to
was,
be seen.
I mean, that is true. Allegedly. There we go.
There you go.
He's not associated with them allegedly. And also how the group was heading to the Southern Water Tribe. So, taking the boy Rue might be beneficial. And so, yeah, they took him and then they made their way to, well, first they tried to figure out where everyone else went and then realized they were going to that big party place because that's where they agreed to meet up. Meanwhile, with the rest of them at that big crowd, they tried to figure out how to get past, and then Ichibei was like, "Okay, I got this. I'm Ichibei Aikawa," and everyone else was like, "No, I'm Ichibei Aikawa." Then he did a flip, and then they were like, "Yeah, no, he's definitely Ichibei Aikawa." And Ichibei and the rest of them were able to make their way inside, and then Ichibei met his mother, who was burnt, and also found out that his father was fucking dead, as Jester eloquently put it.
Did you mute me halfway through that, Blue? Because I'm upset.
I didn't mute you at all.
It cut off halfway through then? This sucks. That went for like another 7 seconds.
I didn't mute you at all.
I thought you just faded out.
Yeah.
That's so sad.
I didn't do anything to you.
It went so long. I went back to go look at it. I thought it was gonna be like 15 seconds. I'm sad. It's not even as funny anymore. Keep going. I'm sorry.
I thought the fade out was pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, no, solid fade out.
Anyway, they talked. We learned some things. One of the prisoners that escaped was the one who killed Ichibei's dad. So, he had some investment of finding that prisoner.
It was not the one who killed his dad.
Okay, not the one who killed
the one
his
that
dad.
killed the dad. The mom already said that she.
Oh, the other one that burnt her. Yeah, got it. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. A lot of details were given out. Anyway, also we learned that while all that stuff was happening, they were kind of betrayed by their own peeps, which is why Ichibei's dad was kind of blindsided, I guess. So that's interesting. Ichibei went to process the information while Luca was there for him, and his mother mentioned giving him something that belonged to his father. So the spirit talks later, probably, maybe, allegedly.
Maybe.
As for the rest of the group who was not with the other group who made their way inside, they approached the festival, and Brightwing was like, "Oh, there he is," being cryptic, which we assumed he meant Ichibei. Turns out we were fucking wrong. And so the group tried to figure out a way to get inside, and then we saw Mr. Cabbage Merchant. And, opportunities arose. We made our way inside. Everyone began selling their food at a premium price as well. So, nice.
Nice.
And then the group was reunited, and Nuan kind of knew Rue, so that's interesting. And then more conversations were had. Rue apologized about the whole prison break situation. I also wanted his name cleared, which meant capturing the other prisoners. Which, that'll be a thing, I guess. Maybe. Depends. And then everyone was like, "Okay, now summon Brightwing." And then we did. And then this Oni and this other Oni appeared.
Oh.
And I'm just thinking maybe we shouldn't have summoned him because, I'm pretty sure Ichibe's girlfriend could kick his ass.
It's fine. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. But yeah.
Yeah.
You guys summon Brightwing. These two showed up with Brightwing. Everybody seems to be in prime position to all out attack this man, if they would like to. But yes, that is basically the extent of that. Let me go ahead and throw you a here you go. You can have a Roo and another Roo, and
Thank you.
and a ninja can go over here to the Ichibe. There you go. For that scream that you unfortunately faded out from.
I'm so fucking sad. I want you to take away an inspiration.
I wanted to leave. By the way, this was not the correct area that you guys are in this thing. I just grabbed this one last time because it wasn't there. We do have I finally did get the other one, so let me go ahead and bring it in here. Because this is still a room, obviously. But let's go ahead and bring the actual room in. Because you guys would have been in the little welcoming area of this place, which is a lot more open. I had to go and refind it as well, so any edits I did to it are not there. But yeah, you guys can see the little freaking dragony thing all the way back there. It's a little different. It's whatever. Don't worry about it. Either way, as you guys would have made your way in here, you guys would have the interactions that had gone through this little part. The creature had just appeared in here. Those of you who don't recognize Brightwing, it would have been Brightwing. Followed by the two people who are right there. With all that being said, is there anything we have to do before we start? Is there anything at all?
Yeah, get the dice.
Yeah, and things were loading, so I was wondering whether or not I was going to have to wait again.
No, you got it.
I heard a lot of banging when it last reloaded, so I was like, I'm just going to wait. That's a 5. That's not too bad.
It's almost a 20.
Yeah, it was almost a 20 on multiple occasions.
It's almost a 20.
That's a 1 in 4. It's not bad at all. That's fine. It's not an issue. I wouldn't worry about it. You shouldn't worry about it.
As you guys come back to this, the bird has brought in said boy. You guys are kind of like, again, like the bright light of him appearing does kind of like slightly blind those who make their way in here. Rue, you're used to it by now. You're doing fine with it. But as it happens, and as this person comes in, you guys see 2 Oni in front of you. I have answered your call.
See, 1 I can handle, 2.
You
You'll certainly have Brightwing.
You see the two of them looking around as you see this one just kind of like look over, put their hand up onto their face and lift up the mask slightly, give a smile and start backing up over toward all of you. And this man's is like,
is there any water around? I'm imprison him.
Do you have any water? Do you have any water on you, my dude?
No, but the cabbage merchant had his cart filled with water, remember?
His cart filled with water, you say? Filled to the brim.
Also, you said that.
Filled to the brim.
The
with
cabbage
water.
had water. The cabbages had water until they got roasted.
Until the Fire Nation attacked.
Yeah, exactly.
Filled to the absolute brim with water, you say?
I would
hesitantly holds up water skin.
Jesus Christ.
As you bring out the water skin, Luca, you see this person lift his arms as he is showing off his impressive musculature as he looks to you all. Back away if you wish to not
Oh,
be
take off that
deceased.
mask, you absolute fool.
I, the great Oni of the Fire Nation, will break
You are
apart
an
your
Oni.
bones.
We know you're not.
Will break apart your
God.
bones.
Uh-huh. Sure you will.
And what do you
Do it.
What do you mean? What do you mean over here, Jen?
Prove it. Do your Oni magic.
If you wish, then fine. I will show you my majesty. As he lifts his hands into the air, you guys feel the wind begin to pick up.
He's an airbender.
As the wind begins to pick up, you almost feel as if something is moving around all of you as a chuckle comes from Rai. As he does this, he seems to lift his hands up. He gets himself into a fighting stance and then punches forward. Upon punching forward, I would like for Jin, because Jin, Luca, Rue, and we'll also say Ryan because he knows. So Jin, Luca, Ryan, and Rue, I would like for all of you to roll me for your finesse, please.
Gotcha.
What's
Your
finesse?
reflex.
Reflex.
Okay.
I have 3 games.
Yeah. I'll
Did you
get it,
know?
okay.
Did you guys notice?
Yeah, I know.
You got a 5?
I could always re-roll it.
I'm a
18?
reroll because I got a 2.
What'd you get, Luca?
18 altogether.
Okay.
Love re-roll. Yee.
And Ryan will roll. Ryan will 100% pass this. I'm not even gonna. Yep. All right. So
I got a 17 plus 3. I got an unnatural 20.
okay.
Cool. 13 altogether with my reroll.
13
So,
altogether. I'm gonna have him roll for his physique. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. All right. Even with the mask, that's not gonna be very much. The only person who feels anything is Rue. Rue, as he does this, you recognize this person's build as one of the ones you were talking with inside of the area where you have been held. As he pushes his fist forward, you're not expecting much from this guy. This guy, he's not really that big of a deal, not really that crazy of a dude. As he punches forward, you go flying as if he punched you in the face. Rue.
Oh, come on.
I love how everybody just stands there and then Rue just goes, phew!
Rue, you go flying 15 feet away and will take 3 damage. The rest of you will not go flying 15 feet, but you do feel as if he's punched you square in the face, as you will both take 1 damage.
Ow.
Whatever he just did, it seemed like he punched 4 of you simultaneously without being anywhere near you. I would like for you guys to roll initiative.
Okay.
Oh, well, okay.
Well, I still need to go grab that water skin.
Yeah, you do. Roll for that
Yeah,
reflex,
dude.
everybody.
18 total. Hooray.
I'll put in 1 inspiration. I like going. Actually, I don't really need to go first. Fuck it. I'm just gonna
21.
get my inspiration and
Okay.
roll.
I'm doing great. I got 7.
What'd you get,
I got
Luca?
15.
What'd you get, Luca?
21 altogether.
Akira and Mei Li, you guys need to roll reflex for going in, unless you guys don't want to be involved.
Oh, we weren't told to.
Everybody's here.
Yeah.
That's why I said for everybody to roll
Oh.
for initiative.
Okay.
Everybody's here. Smash Bros. Song.
11.
Plus your reflex, that is a 13. And Akira? Akira is still blinded by Brightwing. The blind man has been blinded. And
You're muted, David. Or maybe you're gone because you said you would have to step away for 10 minutes.
He's gone to BRB.
he went. We'll say he was also punched.
He's gonna say fascinating, and then he flies.
Fascinating. With a
Yeah.
21, Luca, you are very, very thoroughly in the lead here. What would you like to do?
Oh,
I got
well,
15.
this never happens. What is this?
This person is using some sort of strange power as he's punching forward and doing things. You can tell just by his movements, he doesn't seem to nearly have the same kind of movement that you've seen from Ryan or even Ichibe or even Sudi.
He's a pretty big boy.
As even Nuan with her slight ninja trainings seem to be much quicker than this person.
Okay. Now the question is, do I go all out right off the bat, or
I don't want them to wreck my mom's place.
okay, octopus style it is.
I mean, if he's declaring himself an Oni, we probably should treat him like a deadly fucking
Yeah.
sack of absolute garbage because he actually isn't. But he might be.
Okay.
I love how you guys
go
are
for it
immediately just
then.
like, he's fucking not. Fuck this guy.
Well, my arms crossed. I was like, yeah, I can feel that. I don't know. He's kind of annoying.
Okay. Hang on, more source. Each of them 2 elements. Sorry, it's been a while.
Do you want to use all of the octopus style? Do you want to bring out all 8 of your tendrils, or
how much would that cost? It was
if you look over at the octopus style, each whenever you go to do things, each of the tendrils would take a water source.
okay.
So if you want to make all 8 tendrils, you can give up 8 water sources to do so.
No, let's go. Let's see. Is there a grid that we can?
Yeah, sure.
1, 2, 3.
Bam.
I guess.
I'll move everybody onto spots.
Yeah. Thank you. 1, 2, 3.
Boop.
I want.
Dante, I swear to God.
I guess 4.
You would like to use 4 water sources, make 4 tendrils?
Yes.
You can get more. We live by the water.
Oh wait, we do? What?
Yeah, they're on an island. There's ocean everywhere.
It's not an island, but this is a port city.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm close by.
We're not completely
okay.
beside it, but we'll get you more.
Okay, I will.
It'll take a few minutes.
I'll still use 4, and I will. Can.
You know that each of
Okay,
these
cool.
can make 2 attacks. So these
Yeah.
are your turns. this is controlling these things, moving them forward, and having them attack.
Mhm.
That is basically your turns. You summon them
Okay.
out. You summon 4 of them all
Yeah.
at once. You get them ready to go. You can maneuver them if you'd like this turn, but they cannot make attacks immediately.
How many squares are they able to?
They can move
go?
2 squares.
Okay, so. This one. I don't think I can make this one pass. So.
They can move through people. They're
1,
water.
2. Oh, okay.
Especially
Okay,
your allies.
so-
I will say with your allies, it's going to be very easy. You can just kind of move through them.
Okay, so this one probably 1, 2 here, and then this one to here. 1, 2. So I guess this one to here, and then 1, 2. I guess this one will replace like there. Cool.
As you summon
Thank you.
forth these four large tendrils, they do get ready to go for their attacks. All of them start swarming after him. He puts his dukes up, ready to fight. As we go on to Jin. I believe Jin got an 18, correct?
I got a 15, so I know I'm going third.
I believe
don't
Jen
know.
got an 18, correct, Anthony?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anthony, it is your turn. You just got punched in the face.
I think I take offense to that.
You got punched in the face while being 10 feet away from this guy.
Neat. I'm gonna try and spike him.
You want to try to do an earth spike?
Yeah.
Or a rock spike, yes. That is increased by your earth basis mastery, so let's see what that does really quick. Oh wait, no. That just rock spire you can use with the extra damage. That's what the check mark means. Okay, so you're gonna go for that. You will need to roll for your element, and they'll have to roll for either physique or reflex. They will 100% roll physique. They will 1000% roll physique. Ooh,
19,
20. 23 on you though.
Yep.
You have to beat a 23 with their physique. They might be able to with the mask. They do not.
Bye-bye.
All right. Are you going to be using the increased damage from the Earth Basis Mastery?
Yep.
All right. That's going to be a D10 of damage instead of its regular damage then.
D10. Hell yeah. 6.
Throw him right up into the air. I'll volleyball him down.
That's not 10. Here's 10.
Yep. That one's the 10.
Damn activate.
Instead of 2 damage, you will do 7 damage. As an earth spike appears below him, spiking up from beneath the No, this you can't use earth spike here. He's not on ground. He's on wood.
What?
You guys are inside. There's no rock around for you to use that with. You guys are on carpet even.
I mean, it would have broke through the carpet if there was rock, but
well, while you're on the wood, you cannot bend the earth. It's the same reason why whenever Toph was captured in the wooden cell, she couldn't break out.
Could we put that 19 towards something else then?
You could try to do something else. What would you like to do, my dude?
Because that's a pretty nice roll.
Well, we'll have to see what it goes with. You can try to do some other things with this. You do not have any rock around you right now. Everything around you so far is made of metal or wood or carpet.
There's no fucking way. There's no way these pillars are made of wood, are they?
Again, metal.
Metal pillars. What?
You can see the shine on them. You're inside the Fire Nation, man. Fire Nation stuff is usually like this. Before, whenever you were in the treasury, there was a lot of stone tiles and things you had used, if you remember.
You think we would have learned our lesson after burning down our whole country several times over, but we keep making shit out of wood because we're fucking idiots.
You could always just go hit them. You do know that as well.
Yeah, there is nothing. Yeah, there's no fucking stone anywhere.
This is where being a metal bender would be really good. You could also step outside, because if you look outside the area here, there is stone outside.
Yeah,
just carry a big.
That requires opening the. That just requires opening the door.
Yes. You would have to open the door, because even though this is the outside looking area here, you guys did make sure to have everything sealed off before you guys had done things.
Yeah, that would be a bad idea.
I'm just gonna go and deck him in the face.
This is why being an airbender or a firebender is absolutely crazy. Like, it's absolutely great, you know. We'll keep the 19.
I knew the risks being made of earth.
We'll keep the 19. We'll say that you hit with a 23, so that is a hit. That is going to do damage. You would like to do any more attacks?
Can I try and rip
you're
that
using
mask
the
off
Tompa as well. You're like striking him with your Tompa.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm just gonna keep hitting him with the top.
Go ahead. Go for 2 more attacks.
Are you using fucking tail whip?
Maybe.
Damage is damage, man. Oh, especially that damage. All right, that is a hit. That is definitely a hit. Let's see what all you do at the end. Go one more. Let's see what the max damage is going to be. That is a 12. That is a miss. However, from the first 2, do you have?
That almost rolled to 20. You saw it.
You are using a weapon, so that is going to do a little bit extra. You are going to do altogether 6 damage. Because of that crit. That is pretty good. As you strike into him, with the 2 attacks. You see that he does put his hand up for the third and try to knock your arm away. There is some serious power behind his punches. As he moves his arm, you almost feel something move around you as he's moving his arms. Again, before you guys had thought it was the air, but you do see that every time he moves his arms, it feels as if something moves in the area around him. Next is the 15, I believe. So that was Ichibe.
I wonder if this guy's actually. When he spoke earlier, did it sound like it was coming from him, or did it feel like it just filled the room?
It felt like it was coming from him.
Okay. Because I'm almost thinking that whatever's moving around might actually be him, and this is like a fucking doppelganger type of situation. But
oh, definitely, that would be a very interesting way to do it.
Especially if he's trying to be all this fiasco bullshit, and if it feels like you're hitting a rock, then maybe it really is like a fucking clay dummy or some bullshit.
Do you want to?
It's
maybe,
probably the mask.
You want to maybe talk to your mask boy, see if there's anything going on you can think of, or you want to just go straight in, gonna try to get him.
I mean, I got 3 actions. I can spend 1 analyzing. Ryan looks like she's having fun.
Ryan's
just like, yeah, whatever.
I'll tell you this right now. As soon as you guys showed up, Ryan took off her mask, and she's not even facing him. She's heading off in the other direction.
Oh, she knows because this shit's over.
Like, when it's gonna get to her turn, she's just gonna move. Like, that's all she's doing. He's gonna probably try to attack her because he's gonna move out of his range, but he's just gonna move.
He's probably as scared of her the most. That'd be pretty funny. Well, knocking people out always seemed to work well. We can just figure it out once I knock him out. Or take off the mask.
Definitely try.
I'm a pretty quick man. He's got pretty big arms. He's busy fucking trying to grapple a guy with 1 arm. Yeah, that might be what I'm going to try and do. I might try and remove that mask.
You're going to try to rush up and try to take the mask from him?
Yeah.
Because it is you moving forward, I'd like you to roll me for your technique. Because normally this would be a grapple check, but because it is you, you're using technique.
Okie dokie. I'll put an inspiration. I want to look cool in this. Fuck it, I'll put in 2. Let's roll these first. Okay, that's going to be a +3.
Yep. Oh.
15 plus 3 plus 5 is a 23.
You will instantly get this then. The big thing with it is you guys have not done this before to an Oni.
No.
As you go up and you go to grab the mask, you do feel as if you find purchase on his face as he turns to you. He goes to bat you away, but before he even does, you find your fingers slipping through the mask as if the mask was not even there as you fall back.
Okay. Interesting.
You can 100% tell that the mask cannot be removed from him during battle.
Interesting.
Which kind of gives you a thought of this has to at least be some sort of demon mask, similar to the one you have.
Makes sense. Oh no, I surmised this the moment that the whole fucking like air thing was happening. He might actually be a tried and true airbender, but this might be augmentation.
That will take one of your things, but you can definitely let everybody in the room know. Completely useless to try to take the mask off.
Yeah. Probably could have just fucking asked Ryan that. No, she would have been like, I don't want to fucking tell you.
Figure it out yourself, bitch. You have 2 more actions?
Yeah. Let me see here. Well, because I'm also me, I know I get double my movement, but these pillars are a fuck ton of ways away, depending on how the grid is positioned.
We'll say the shortest route would be there, so it'd be about 20 feet away from you.
And how many feet can I go again?
I can
go double what I used to do. I can do.
If we look over here at movement, which is over here on.
Yeah,
battle,
double.
You guys can move.
They're
4
able to double their
squares.
speed in addition to jumping and climbing.
You can move. You guys can move 4 squares. Ichibe can move 6 squares.
But now I double that because the Oni training allowed me to go further.
You've already went.
So that means. Oh. Yeah, but I always could move 6.
Yes. I'm just letting you know
So
you've already.
Does that
went
mean
2.
that I do an? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So does that mean that I've got another 10 then?
Only ninja moving their turn. The combat are able to double their speed in addition to jump. You are able to do this. This will require you to make that a part of your action. So
Okay,
if you
I was just
wanted to,
curious.
you can double your speed as an action.
I see. Okay.
Because the others,
I was just curious.
if you remember in Avatar, the others cannot move extra with AP in this game.
Yeah.
However, you are able to now.
Okay, then I should probably just go ahead and go for hits then. Because I was thinking perhaps an elevated strike would be nice, but I'm going to use a lot of AP trying to do that.
Want to go for
So
2 attacks?
No, I'm bending card damage charge. Every extra AP used before the attack adds +1 and a 1d to the damage. So yeah, I should just put in 2 AP here so that I have a charged attack and just go for an attack.
Okay.
That makes the most sense to me.
So if you hit with this, you will do 4 damage plus a d10.
And the Lovespiration is a reroll if I have to use a Lovespiration.
Yeah. If you're using 2 AP to do this, though, this will be your last thing for this round.
Yeah, but I will be able to re-roll it if I fuck up.
Yeah.
Because of Lovespiration.
Yep. Go ahead.
Finally, what do I roll for that? Roll reflex or roll?
You are rolling reflex with your attacks.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Because you're using little daggers.
Okay, I'll put in 1 more inspiration.
Okay.
I like putting in inspiration per turn. That's a +2 to that. That's a 1, so we're gonna use a Lovespiration because that's fucking bullshit.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but I was gonna,
That's a 5. I want to use another one because that's some bullshit. I won't use more after this though. I think I'm just gonna be the last one.
That is gonna be a 12 plus 7
5
plus
plus
1
2.
Plus 2. Where you
That's
getting
20. So no, I was looking. I'm going reflex plus.
Right.
Plus 1.
Yeah, you also get the +1 from your thing. So that's gonna
so that's 20.
Yep. As you go forward, you are going to strike him. Roll me a d10 to see how much damage it's going to end up being.
Which one is D10 again?
This
is it this one? That's what I thought.
Is that one? Yeah, that's the d10.
It's the D10. Okay.
Yep. It's gonna be 4 plus whatever this is. 4 plus 5, that is
5.
9 damage. As you go forward, you strike with your dagger as he goes to bash you away from his mask. As you strike in, you get him right on his side. You have him stagger back as you do. The next round goes to, I believe, Mei Li. Yes. Mei Li, you got a 13, right?
I think it was a 13 altogether. Yeah.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Air powers go.
There's a big boy. He is punchy. He's doing big punches toward people. He seemed to be able to punch people even if they weren't next to him.
Okay. Am I able to at least pick up that what he's doing is airbending?
You would know it's quite noticeably because of the enchantment that you have on your hair. This is not airbending.
Okay.
There is no movement of air. There is something moving in the room, but there is no movement of air as he is striking. He is not airbending. At least currently. Who knows? Who knows if he does later?
Okay, but he's been able to hit people and do some weird wibbly woo, right?
Mm-hmm. He was able to punch people from. He was 10 feet away from them at the time, so you're not sure where, like how far away he can be, but it's at least 10 feet.
At least 10 feet. Okay. I don't really have anything I can pelt people with. Oh, where are my cards? Oh, there they are.
Because of your elemental adept, I will remind, or not elemental adept, your airbending mastery, I will remind you guys. If you use attacks that aren't basic attacks, you can roll a d10 for each of them. So for you in particular, if you were to use your, where's it at? Your wind blast would potentially do a d10 of damage. Regular airbending strikes, if you power them up, can still do pretty good. No, it wasn't wind blast. It was air funnel. So if you did find something to fill your air funnel with, you could do a d10 for everything you hit them with. But unfortunately, you don't have that. So if you your thing right now, if you want to do damage, is just probably regular airbending. But if you want to do anything else, you can try any of these other ones.
We'll just do regular airbending. There's not much going on to really come to a conclusion of what's going on.
Okay. Do you want to put extra AP into it to give your strikes more damage on your next turn, or do you want to just do 3 airbending strikes immediately?
No, we'll just do 3 airbending strikes.
All right. Roll me for your element.
I think these are both D20s.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know why you have a pink one. I think one of them ended up being cursed at one point, and then we gave you another one.
3.
1 second.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah. Okay. Next.
Okay. Well,
I was checking to see if you had any things. Or one
4.
more.
17.
There we go. That one hit. Hit refresh any AP user. Roll your if they hit, they will roll the reflex of the opponent's next attacking move. Okay, so yeah. During his turn, if he goes to attack you, you can roll for your reflex to see if you can add any AC to your to yourself. But you to go forward, you strike him. He seems to take it rather well. He's rather built. He's rather thick boy. It seems like he's built like an earthbender almost. Even whenever he got, I was gonna say even whenever he got earth spike, but he never did because of the earth. But I would just to let you guys know he wouldn't have been knocked in the air. He seems very thick, very very grounded. As you send some air strikes his way, you can't help but notice just things seemingly moving around in the area. Do you want to move at all during your turn? You have 4 squares of movement.
Right now he's at a distance, but if he gets any closer, that would suck. I'm probably right here.
You hide with Yuki.
Yeah.
As that goes on, that is going to be his turn then. As we make it to his turn, he rolled decently well considering he has negative reflex. It is his turn as he will look to you guys. He is going to perform punches. It is now his actual turn to do this, so he has several rounds of this. He brings his arms up. He can't move this way because there are 2 tentacles. He can't move this way because there are people. So he's going to stand right where he is, and he's going to start punching people. The first 4 people he is going to punch and try to send away from him is going to be Jin, Ichibe, Ryan, and we'll go for we'll go for a Nuan punch because Nuan is the closest.
Of all the targets he could have picked.
I need each of you to roll me for your reflex. So Ichibe and Jin, roll me reflex.
Okay. Oh, I got a fleeting. Thank you.
You do have a fleeting. Both of you have fleeting.
No, hey. Thanks.
That's a 17. And a 16. We'll go with the 17 plus 5 is 22.
22
21.
and a 21. All right, he's gonna have to get really high to hit you guys with the massive part of this. He got pretty high. You guys will unfortunately be hit by this. Let me roll for the other 2. He rolled really good for this. Nuan is going to get hit with the max as well.
Wait a second.
And so is Ryan. As you guys see him putting his fist up once again, he seems to let off a punch going past all of you. As the 3 of you here feel as if he gets you right in the jaw, or in Ryan's case, right in the back of the head. As you guys will each fly 15 feet away from him.
Does this count as solid ground?
Solid ground. It's technically not ground, but in the respect that is said, I think that it is. When attacking, you may add 1 AP to
The bottom part.
until the next turn. Earthbenders have advantage against being moved or thrown while standing on solid ground. No, it is not ground for that.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Just
Because
making
basically, what that would mean is that you could like turn your feet and the ground could stop you from moving. You know what I mean?
I gotcha.
Yeah.
That's how to make sure.
As you guys get
Gotcha.
sent flying 15 feet away from him, you actually hit Ichibe's mom.
Apologies.
And Nuan actually gets flies off into Akira.
Are you back yet, Nightshade? You here?
Yeah.
Nightshade, I need you to roll me
I'm
for
sorry,
initiative.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got hungry.
I need you to roll me for
What is your
initiative.
initiative?
Oh shit! Hang on.
He can only do one more thing this round, though, so he is going to look around. Who is the one that is the threat to him right now? Probably Ryan.
All right.
All right. Immediate threat is probably the person that put up the 4 freaking tendrils. So he's going to move 4 over here, and he's going to go for an attack on Luca.
I rolled the 20.
Well, you're gonna go immediately after this.
Okay.
Luca, he's gonna go for a punch on you. You notice as he goes to do Seb, what's up?
And I reaction that?
What do you want to do for a reaction?
I only have one type of reaction.
As a reaction, opponent is using an ability that hit multiple opponents. You can.
I really hope that you never
Probably
get
should
more
have done that
reactions.
one earlier,
Attacker
but
attacks me. Attempt to slightly alter the blow and make away with target. Special diligence versus physique. So -2 from their attack or -6 during full moon. So it's a -6 if you hit with this. Roll diligence versus his physique. He has a pretty massive physique with the mask on, though. I will say that.
Wait, hold on. So with the mastered blood, would this be?
That's why I'm saying it's
negative
+6. That's why I'm saying it will be a negative.
Cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, he has a pretty high. So let's see.
I'll tell you now, it's fine. He rolled a 4.
Oh no. Oh, well, I rolled 9, so that's not amazing.
It's not amazing either, actually.
Element,
What's your
right?
diligence? What's your diligence?
5? Oh, my
5?
diligence? 2, 3, 5. Yeah, 5.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, he doesn't have a +10.
Oh, okay, cool.
He has close,
Cool.
but not a +10.
All right.
As you see him get near you, you use your bending, Rue.
Right.
Hey, Rue. Looking
Hey.
ahead of you.
Meat shield.
Give me a diligence check. Let me see if you noticed this as a waterbender around this area. So Rue, looking off at what just happened here, you feel like Luca just waterbended this man.
Oh no.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll an attack on you. It will have a -6 because of your bloodbending. He still technically could hit, especially if it rolls an 18. That is still a hit. What is your AC? Let me make sure. Yeah, your AC is not 18. So a -6 on him. A -6 on him still doesn't even put him in negatives. So he got him on the roll.
It's a
goddamn. Okay.
As he will strike, he will deal 3 damage. So just making sure everybody remembers, that'll be that is 3 damage off of you. That was another 3 off of you, Jin. So I'm gonna move. You have taken 4 so far, Jin. And Ichibe, you have taken 3 so far.
Oh, wait, I took 3?
Yeah, because he punched you.
Didn't I manage to go over that, though, with a 22?
No, not when he rolled an 18 on the roll.
Oh, never mind. Okay. I missed that part. My apologies.
As he strikes, this one is a physical strike. This one seems to hit directly on you. This wasn't something randomly hits you. This was something where he hits you. You will still fly back the 15 feet, but you will notice that he seemed to be physical with that attack, meaning he probably can't do the other thing more than once a turn. His eyes square onto Rue for a second, but then immediately turn away from Rue as he turns over toward the water tendrils. Guys, he seems to not care about Rue. He must be in leagues with him.
Well, can't believe he has to die.
The first time.
He punched me.
Look, he has a mask on. It's he can't see.
You know, it was for your safety. He was pushing you away.
As
He punched me.
we're gonna go to Akira.
Rue can't escape me, so I'm just gonna deal with this guy first.
Akira, what is your what do you want to do with this man's? This man so far has been punching people without touching them. He had hit you away before. That's what we kind of said that your not being here was.
Right.
But he didn't even seem to touch you. Like, you didn't see anything actually physically hit you. You just saw him punch forward.
All right. First things first. We turn on our dragon eyes and look at what we're dealing with.
As you turn on your dragon eyes, this will be one of your actions. You look over toward him. You see that there are several fists seemingly like rose up into the air around this man as if he is an Asherah.
Oh, hello.
He seems to have 4 like lines of like these spiritual fists seemingly coming out from the back of his head. Almost just like looking at this
looking motherfucker.
So counting that with his regular 2 arms, this man seems to have 6 arms.
All right.
And these other arms, they seem to have a long bit of movement. You can see that if he were...
shit, it's like that elfin lead chick.
Kinda. You can see that he could probably hit someone from around 20 feet away.
Okay. All right. Cool. Nah. All right. So. Okay. So now I know what I'm dealing with. What can I do? I have.
He has taken quite a bit of damage already.
Okay. Yeah. But I just want to make sure. I want to do like a fuckload of damage. Shit. I wish I had my fire staff equipped right now. That would be really nice.
Yeah, right now you have your glaive.
Yeah.
Oh, that messed with things. I'm gonna push it back. That brought everything off of it. No, I can fix it. I can fix it.
And how far away am I?
15, 20. You're about 20 feet away.
Okay, because I wanna do something extremely reckless.
Okay.
I want to get right up in his face, but while I'm running, drink as much oil as possible and spit as much of it in his face as possible and burn him to death. Or
I would like to burn him.
I'm sorry. Old habits die hard. I would like to burn him half to death, or however, whatever you get to 0 hit points.
To get him without getting anyone else, you'll have to come here. Is that fine? You'll be right next to him.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Come over here and look where you're at.
Yeah.
I said to get him, you'll have to move there.
Okay.
So you're like right next to him. You're right here. I keep showing you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're wanting to drink your oil and go for an oil breath.
Yes, but I'm not going to be doing it from a distance. I'm going to try to. I want to get in his face.
First off, make me survival.
Sure.
Because otherwise you'll take the damage if you remember.
Correct.
And I'm guessing you're using the Daily oils, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
How much of it?
You can only use one. You can only use one an oil breath. Like we're saying figuratively, you're drinking it all down. You can only use one an oil breath.
Okay, I was gonna use all of it.
I mean, you have 2 more rounds. Like you have 2 more AP after this. So
right. I didn't know if if I use this much, I do this much damage, or this much, and this much damage, and I get like this much blowback if I fail.
No, you just have a number of uses.
Okay. All right. So let's go. Okay, there we go.
All right, you roll survival.
14 plus 3 equals
all right.
17.
Roll me one more time, because you got a fleeting.
Okay. Thank you. What? Hang on a second. Wait a minute.
You did it.
Okay.
You're not going to burn yourself, which is very good, because the Daily oils do much more damage to yourself, if you remember.
Yes.
As you go forward, you are going to do 8 damage. However, because of your Fire Adept, where's your Fire Basic Mastery? Yes. Because of your Fire Basic Mastery, you can do a D10 instead of, if you would like. Oh, wait, no. Increases 30 feet. Oil breath damage can be increased by 10. Oh, wait. Before we decide what you're doing, The oil breath damage can increase by 1d10 per AP used after firing. If you would like, you could use up the rest of your AP to add in more d10s and make that be the equivalent of drinking down a shit ton of oil.
Yes, please. Let's do that.
So it is going to do 8 damage, which is the diluted oil damage, plus 2d10. Roll me 2d10s, which is this one.
Thank you. I would have totally fucked that up.
It also lets you conserve some of your dilute oil because you're running out.
3.
And
Watch me 5.
6.
6.
It's an extra 9 damage.
Neato burrito. So that's
as you run up,
17?
you are only gonna
19.
have to lose one of your things. You currently only have 2 dilute. You only have 2 left. So that's good.
That's fine.
But you rush forward, you drink it down, you go forward, you end up doing 17 damage. As he does not look very happy as you burn him half to death. You strike forward, you see as you do this, you breathe fire directly into the Oni mask that he seems to have. The area around him seems to singe. He doesn't die, which is very crazy, because this is one of the biggest damage oil breaths you've done. But you can tell that if you were to have done that, like, to, let's say, fucking, the Airbender Master or whatever before, or, like, the freaking, Earth King, you probably would have blown their head off. As you do this damage, he is looking bad. He seems to go down onto his knee. We are gonna go to, I believe, the next person. Rue, you got a 3, right?
7 altogether.
You got a 7 altogether, okay. The next person will be Nuan. As Nuan will look over. She will see you do that, and Nuan instead is going to make fire daggers. Because Nuan can't breathe fire yet.
Oh, that's adorable.
Nuan can't breathe fire yet, you see.
That's actually on one of my to-do lists. Breathe fire without the oil.
It could be something.
Just learn how to breathe fire.
They're going to use 1 AP to create the blades. They no longer have to worry about it not working, which is great. You guys look over and just see the firebending happen instead of Nuan like sometimes not getting it to go. Because of the thing being changed. You also see that the flames once again seem to be that same black color that she had before. Whenever she had went through the test of the dragon. As she is going to go for 2 attacks. Increase damage by 2 plus current firebending card level, which right now is just still the 1. 2 hands, Bender can create 2 daggers, yada yada yada, plus 1 for a hit. That is going to be some pretty good damage if she can hit with these. First attack. He has some decent AC though, even though he has negative in his fucking reflex. That is a hit though. Let's see if you hit with the second one, Nuan. You hit with the second one? She does not hit with the second one. She goes in. She's going to strike with the first one. She almost hit with the second one, so it rolled over. But
17 would have been nice.
That is going to be 2 plus the fire dagger, so that's another 2 plus the 1 for making 2 fire daggers. That is going to be 5 damage. As she goes forward, she strikes at him after he is kind of thrown about by things. Oh wait, she also has the ninja stuff.
She does.
Where is ninja? Life of battle. When you're flanking enemy, you add 1 damage to the attack. So she is going to do 6 damage. She's using all the techniques she's learning as she fights. As she goes forward, she's going to strike quickly with the 2 daggers, and then she is going to keep them both in hand, and then be ready for a counterattack, because that is all the space that she can move. As we are then going to go to Sudi. As Sudi is going to look over toward you, Jin, she is going to understand what is going on. She is going to rush forward, and you see as she gets right up to him, she is going to bring her hands down onto the ground. She is going to try to see if she can get rid of the metal beneath the area. She's going to try to dust bend some of the area about and kind of like erode it so you can use some earthbending.
Holy shit.
She's gonna try, but again, she's not very good at this yet. So she has 3 attempts.
I believe.
First attempt.
Can you at least roll the carpet up first?
Nope. Second attempt.
Okay.
The carpet's gonna
No.
get fucked.
No, fuck you and your carpet.
Nope.
No, I'm just
Oh, come on.
memeing.
And
I'm
third
just hard
attempt.
memeing.
Third
I'm
Can
just
you
attempt.
hard
give those,
memeing.
can you give those tokens to them, or
She didn't do it. She tried.
Oh well.
The carpet and the wood and everything's in the way. As she does this, she looks down. I was gonna say that there was like some metal underneath the carpet just to be nice, but she's gonna look down. She's gonna notice that the carpet is on top of wood. That's the best way we can do it there. Unfortunate. Ryan, it's their turn. They're gonna look over. They just got hit in the back of the head. They're just gonna walk over toward the towards your mom. And they're like, this way, and then like step away and like kind of pull her over. Oh, what? As your mom's turn was next, she looks to see all of you guys doing this. She'll let you guys do your thing. She's watching you guys. As we go to Rue. Rue, it's your turn.
Hi.
Congratulations, you got more than Prim did.
I'm gonna use the tendril and turn that into some ice discs.
You wanna make an ice pillar out of one of those tendrils?
Yeah.
You guys see Rue go over toward one of the tendrils that is floating up. You wanna get to the one that can't reach him, so like the one back here?
You know what? Yeah, sure.
Because that one can't reach him if it moves. So you turn the one at the very end into a disc. You would note, Luca, he's sabotaging one of your ice tendrils.
Ah, shit, no, it's too far anyways. He could do it.
He's sabotaging it.
How dare you? I'll talk to you later.
As
I
the
don't want to hear
entire
words from you, Bloodbender.
as the entire tendril turns into a pillar of ice. Because you have done this, each pillar generates up to 6 attacks per water that can then be used as ice discs by any waterbender if they would like to. Each of them can also break and turn into shrapnel, which can potentially be used for an air funnel. And as it does, it'll hit some other targets, but there's no other targets here, so don't worry about that. As you are going to do this, do you want to use the other two your other two AP to do the attacks?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and roll me for your element for the first attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, straight roll. Let's go. I'm a re-roll. Let's try again. I'm a re-roll. Let's try again.
That's a 10 plus your 4.
I'm a re-roll.
oh my fucking god.
Hey!
There we go.
Finally.
He technically can still win. That is a 22. He has to beat a 22 with his physique. Oh my god.
Should I just go cry in the corner?
All right, so targets on a failed save, they take 2 damage. Icy shrapnel spread around. You still spread the shrapnel.
With survival, it adds 4.
Ice disc damage now adds survival total damage. Yeah, but you didn't. Unfortunately, you didn't do it.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
Second attack though. You have one more. You can hit him with.
Let's see.
You have one more you can hit him with, dude. This guy is the worst guy for your first opponent. He has such high physique.
Yep.
That's a nat 20 though. He has to nat. If he
Woo!
doesn't nat, then he can't do it.
Yeah, he'll nat. I
Oh
called it.
my god. Are you for real right now?
Ow.
It's a different fucking D20.
I'm the Chad of the group, aren't I?
Okay. I'm sorry.
Lindo. You got a fleeting. If you nat 20 on this fleeting, the attack will go through. I've decided this.
It's oh my god, you're asking the impossible.
I'm asking the
That is
impossible.
impossible.
I'm
You're
asking the impossible.
improbable.
If you nat 20 again, I will let it hit.
If you nat 20 again, I will eat my sock on stream.
Nope.
Sorry, dude. There's a shit
Yeah,
ton of
it's
shrapnel
cool.
around, though. There is an absolute shit ton of shrapnel in case anybody wants to use it with an air funnel or something. And there are still 4 uses of the ice pillar for any waterbender that would like to use them. As you have done this, unfortunately, you are not able to land any hits. He seems to put his arms forward and just sort of kind of take it. You would notice, Akira, he seems to be in the arms that are around him, the extra arms that seem to be coming out of him, seem to be basically like and like knocking the discs out of the air. As we're gonna go to Prim. Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah, some people would
And
probably be
because
like, well, why
Chiba-
don't you
because
tell
the
them they're
thing-
here?
Boop and
Yeah.
excuse me, Brightwing. You're just gonna boop. That's all Prim can do. Prim got over here. There's no earth that can be bent. Prim needs to get to him so she can freaking go. So that is where we are. Luca, it's your turn. Oh no, actually, technically
Hi.
it is Akira because Akira rolled very high.
Yeah, you did.
Yes,
I
yes.
rolled a nat 20, so yeah.
So Akira, it is your turn again. This man's is here. You see Nuam beside you going with fire daggers. You have just tried to burn his face off. Did not seem to work. The mask seems to be protecting him somewhat. But you felt like you did pretty good there. What do you want to do this time?
Let's see. Not gonna tell anybody else about the arms because that's not gonna serve any purpose. Nobody else will see them anyway, so it won't matter.
Mhm.
So what I'm gonna do is the tried and true method. If at first you don't succeed, burn them to death. So
You want to try another oil breath?
Not to death.
You want to try another oil
you
breath?
know, I don't take life in D&D seriously because they're not me. So, but you know, old habits die hard.
Take it seriously
Can't-
enough. We're trying to all have fun.
Well, oh no, the what I mean is
I'm just
shit. I don't.
It's fine. Don't
I
worry.
don't know what. I don't
What do
know
you
what
wanna
I meant. It came out wrong. The same thing again.
All right. Use one thing of dilute oil. Roll me for survival to see if you burn yourself.
Correctamundo.
Just letting you know, if you fail the survival, you will be taking the damage that you deal. So,
Radio.
just like, let's see what goes on.
Only
12 plus 3 is 15.
Do you want to reroll? If you look on your oil breath, you will see that the
What is
DC is
that?
16. Roll me one more
Wow.
time anyway. Ike Master
You
just
see-
gave you one.
Oh,
oh,
thank you.
nice.
Thank you, kind sir.
You need at least a 13.
Big number.
There you go. You're fine.
Yeah.
Alrighty,
Uppa!
up.
Bare minimum achieved.
With the oil breath. Do you want to use 2 AP to add the plus 2 2d10?
Yep.
Go ahead. Roll me 2d10. We'll see how this adds on. It's gonna be 8 plus whatever these d10 are.
Cool.
That is a
7.
7. Okay. Oh,
Burn him. Burn him.
1.
16
So 8.
damage. You look at him.
Wait.
He is. What's up?
Wait, you said a D10, right? Or is it a? That's a D10 because
Yeah,
this
these
says
are-
10 on here.
That's a be
No,
a d12.
that's 12.
Yeah, that's a d12.
Okay.
This one has a
I'm
0.
sorry.
I
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, if
I
you look over
just
here,
wanted to
this one has this 0. That's the 10.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. As you
Okay.
do this again, he is not looking great. You have gone through all of any sort of you actually see, just looking at it with your dragon eyes, that some of these 2 of the arms have now basically burned away. You can tell that these arms are somewhat connected to his vitality. As you strike in on there, he's not looking great. He only has the 2 arms and his regular arms. As we go to Luca.
Oh, hello.
Luca, you can't make this a tendril anymore. It's ice right now.
Yeah.
But you can move these other 3 if you'd like.
Yes.
And these are your turns to do these. Each of them have 2 attacks, however. So that's pretty good.
Yeah. Okay, so this one, move it closer, and this one, move it closer. And let's slap a bitch.
Slap him 6 times.
Yes.
Let's go. Throw me. Let me look at Octopus style really quick, making sure that I am correct.
Yeah.
Tendrils do 3 damage, or the waterbending damage. So these are going to be your elements. So go ahead, roll me element for 6 attacks.
Okay.
First attack. That's a nat 20.
Oh.
Second attack.
Okay.
Alright, just fucking kill him. Do it.
Maybe.
Oh.
That one.
Oh,
Okay.
what?
The world has reassembled itself.
Ballads.
That's 18. That'll hit. So far 9 damage. So far 12 damage. 2 more.
15.
That does not hit.
3, 4, 5.
That does not hit.
Oh.
And last one.
End his fucking life.
Does not hit.
No.
But altogether, that was 12? You hit with
Yes.
the first one? Yes. You do 12 damage. As this happens, Akira, you see one more arm go down. He is left with only one of those spectral arms, and he seems to not be doing fantastic. As these things just go over and start going, brr, brr. You guys seeing Alawi ulting? Anyway, so
yeah, that, yeah. He's getting the shit kicked out of him.
As we go to Jin. Jin, unfortunately, there's no earth for you to bend.
And I can only move 4 squares, huh?
You can only move 4 squares. There's some shrapnel around where the ice pillar is. If you'd like to throw some things at him.
Just throw like a fucking knife.
I mean, they have the shrapnel. It's little pieces of ice and stuff. Are basically
just yeet.
Basically all over the area here, as well as over here where they were sent.
Yeah, fuck it. You're gonna try it.
You just pick up a piece of shrapnel and chuck it at him.
Yeah.
I'll count these as, I'll count these as 3
darts.
attacks. So go ahead and roll me 3 attacks. Because you
wants
can't
to
really do
play?
much else this turn.
Yeah, I know.
Roll me those 3 attacks. Let's go. First attack.
What am I rolling with these modifiers?
We're rolling physique because you're throwing things.
Yeah, so 15.
Go for another one.
Hey.
17. That one will hit. And
big number. Me.
I know.
Nope.
2 of them seem to miss. As wait, no, he only has 2. What was your first attack? How much did that do?
I rolled a 15, then a 17, and then that one 9.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, only one of them will hit. You see, as you throw the 3 over at him, one of them seems to explode in the air as if it was hit by something. Another one seems to miss, but the second one hits him straight onto the face. As you strike him, we are going to go over to Ichibe.
Okie dokie.
We'll say on his turn, the cabbage merchant ran away.
Oh yeah.
Fuck this shit. I can go 6 spaces without taking up an action.
Mm-hmm.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know how I get through these fucking tendrils.
You can go through here if you'd like. Those are just shrapnel. Those are just like little pieces of ice that are on the ground.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Second. Yeah, but the big blobs, those are tendrils, right?
Yeah, those are tendrils. You can't go through
so
those.
they take up a spot.
Yeah.
So what
you
if
you will have to
can I go
potentially...
can I go in the same spot as Sudi?
You cannot go in the same. You cannot share the same spot now.
So I can't go through it.
You can go through it. It will take a little bit of extra
1, 2,
movement.
3, 4, 5, 6, and that would put me right beside him.
We'll say you can do that. We'll give that to you.
All right, it's lit.
You
Now
see the
I'm in front of the
man.
door.
There is the man. You see beside you, there is a Nuon who is holding 2 fire daggers and has been stabby things.
All right, I gotta put in 2 AP so I can get the extra damage on my hit.
Go for that super strike.
And then I gotta roll it. Well, do I put in inspiration? Yeah, I'm okay with putting in 1 per turn. You gotta buff when the buff gets good, you know. That's a +2.
Oh,
That's a 19.
Roll a d10. D4 plus whatever this is.
9.
Oh,
So that's
okay.
13.
As you strike in, Akira, you notice the final arm seems to dissipate. As soon as it does, it is visible to even anyone else around here. You guys see his he seems to somewhat lose a bit of confidence in his stance. He's gonna lose AC now that those arms are gone.
Get him.
Neato burrito.
As the last tendril looking arm is gone, we are gonna go to melee.
I have 1 AP left.
Oh, I thought you put in an extra AP to do the attack.
Yes, but
Oh
I
wait,
used
no,
2
you didn't
AP.
put in 2. That's true. You have 1 more attack. What do you want to do?
Yeah. Do I get like an extra D10 if no, it's just an extra +1, isn't it, when I put in 2 AP?
If you would have put in an extra one, you would have gotten, if I look over here on the where is it at? Oni training?
It's down.
No, it's battle basics. +1 and D10. No, you would have got an extra D10. You want to just say you put another one in?
Yeah, I'm down. I thought it was just an extra +1 to the roll. I'm
Nope.
sorry. I will not
+1
make
to the
that
roll
mistake
and
again.
a D10. Extra
2.
2 damage.
Okay.
As he will take that extra 2 damage. Brah. Melee.
Shrapnel, huh?
There are quite a bit of shrapnel around the area. In order to get over there, you might have to. No, that's 4 squares. You can go. This shrapnel here, you can use. It seems to be tiny enough for your air funnel.
I'm about to kill a man.
Do it.
Yeah, this might be a pretty good amount of damage, I will say.
Did we just say that Jin's helping throw shards into the funnel? Like, yep.
Go
Air
for
funnel.
it.
Like belt feeding it.
All right, let's look over at air funnel really quickly. Let's let everybody read it one more time. They have to do a diligence versus element check. Your element check versus their diligence. He does not have a ton. I'll let you know right now. The projectiles don't do damage, but they do damage thanks to the your wind basics mastery. They will do 2 damage or half the damage of the attack. Yada yada yada. Otherwise known as you're gonna hit them with basically 3 d10s if he fails. So element versus the attacking stat check. Go ahead and roll me for your element. He has to roll his diligence. 14 plus your 3, that is a 17. And he rolled a 4, you see. So Squeaky, roll me 3d10.
Woo!
3d10. Okay,
Yep.
so this one. So first one.
7. 1. I thought it was a 7 again.
Yeah.
And another 7. 2. That is 15 damage.
Big damage.
As you send these large chunks of ice flying over through the tentacles, they seem to be going through the tendrils, just pelting this guy over and over. Squeaky.
Yeah.
You pick up one last one with your airbending. You see that Jin chucks another one over to you. A rather large one comes out as you fire it through, completely destroying one of these tendrils here, as he seems to have been going to like block against an attack. It hits him square on in the chest, and he has been defeated. You did just enough damage.
I've killed a man.
I'm so proud of you.
Okay, no thank yous are necessary. Just all the men below the age of 30 continue to remove their shirts and dance around a little.
Well done.
Why specifically 30?
You're too old for me, Daddy.
I'm
Jesus.
40.
Yeah, you're like twice my age. I mean, if you want to dance a little, you can too.
No.
As this man is on the
It's
ground,
required, not optional.
are you guys gonna do anything bad to him? You gonna stab him? You gonna cut his head off?
We need to imprison him again, please.
There's a reason why. There's a reason why Ryan.
Do you need him awake?
Get that
Don't you
fucking
have-
mask off his face.
Don't you have questions for him?
Yeah. I'm gonna try to take off the mask.
You go to take off the mask, just like what happened with Ichibe, your hands seem to go right through as you go to take it off from him.
It's like Ichibe was just saying that as Rue said, I'm gonna go take off the mask.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's just funny. It's just like you can't take off the. I'm gonna remove it.
Rue's like, yeah, right. Weird Fire Nation propaganda. Oh. As you guys get over there, you guys hear a clapping sound from over at the end of the hallway over here. As you see that Ichibe's mom is giving a bit of a golf clap to you guys.
Oh, good for me.
Should just deep bow, like thank you. It was a group effort, though.
Who's getting all this water and ice off of my carpet?
Man, look at the time of day. Would you just see that sun up there? I gotta go.
I'll get to it.
Yeah.
God, I remembered I have to be in a different nation.
I mean, I was just gonna blow at it for a little bit. Just go like a little air dryer. It's just...
Rue, when you had called me, I had brought some people with me. They were around and they had my feathers.
Gee, thanks. We wouldn't
Really?
have known, Brightwing.
Couldn't tell.
Thanks a lot for telling us now.
You look over at this man's waist, where his little tie is. You can see that that's where all of the missing feathers are. They just seem to be tucked into his sash.
Yeah, we'll take those. Thank you.
All
Yeah, I
right, you
wonder-
drop this one with us. I'll have one that I had before.
You gonna
So
hand
what-
it over?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wonder how he was doing all that weird distancey punchy stuff, because it sure as hell wasn't airbending.
Was it?
Nope, wasn't airbending at all. You couldn't tell? Oh,
No.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right.
I guess
I'm
that-
the only fucking airbender here.
I guess that should have been something I said at some point. I guess it wasn't that important.
Pretty sure that was the demon inside of the mask.
Oh
If
boy.
I had to take a guess.
Yeah, there you go. Somebody else figured it out, so I didn't have to.
Well, it's rather interesting, I will say. I didn't expect to see that mask here, especially with it not being bonded to the one it was supposed to be.
Well, I guess you stole it.
And that's impossible,
Yeah. Then why is it not on the person it's supposed to be?
because they're probably dead.
Yeah, it's like passing on the lineage. Maybe they killed the person it belonged to, or the person that belonged to died, and then they wore it, and then they just, yep,
Killing
like
him would
inheritance,
be
but weird.
killing him would be impossible, but getting it after he was dead would probably be pretty interesting. This man, there's no way that he killed one of the Oni. But
Yeah.
the mask is bonded to him now.
Well, I suppose it's only fair that you ask him every question you want, and then we kill him and get that mask away from him.
I wouldn't mind if we are to return it to where it's supposed to be. It would be we would have to find someone who is worthy of it. But it seems as if he is decently adept at least knowing the basics of what to do with it. Good job,
This
guys.
demon in there is.
Um,
Oh, you.
Maybe I'm just coming out on a limb here. Why not try to work with what we've got instead of kill him? You just said he was already pretty adept at it. Like,
Well, he is a criminal, isn't he?
yeah, but we already know someone who can probably make some exceptions. Points to Rue and points to what's her face over here.
It
I'm
depends on
not
what
going
he
to
was
defend
accused
this
of.
guy. He punched me in the face.
Depends on
Yeah,
what
he did. I'm just, it's just why I always got to resort to fucking killing people.
I wasn't gonna say kill him, just put him back in prison.
Yeah, but they want the mask.
Well,
Take him to your Oni prison, he says with that quote.
Yeah, take him to your take him to your Oni prison.
We don't.
Do you guys have a?
We don't take prisoners.
does the
They don't
dark
take prisoners,
does the
Griff.
dark fucking Brotherhood take prisoners?
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I fucking thought.
Would the Oni find him useful? Also, is she cool?
No, we're talking
There's
as
several she's.
Pink.
We're talking
mask
as if
over
the-
there.
Oh yeah, she's
Oh,
cool.
haven't you heard? I mean, you've seen something right now, but I am those that you would talk about. As she puts her mask back on, I am
Don't eat her
I am a true Oni.
Don't eat her food.
I
mean, it's
just
pretty-
learned about you guys. I'm just saying.
The cooking
that's
is
not
fine
fine.
when she doesn't put you to the test.
She puts the mask away. It's like, oh, I thought I could terrify you. Never mind.
It's too spicy. It's like her cooking is fine. It's too spicy.
And I was like, her cooking's fine when she doesn't put you to the test.
It's too spicy. Right, Yuki? It's too spicy. Yes, it is. It's too spicy. Why am I talking to you like you're a cat?
Is that a real question?
I love you.
You say,
Are you okay?
why am I talking to you like you're a cat? She tries to do a purr noise.
I love you, dog.
We obviously have questions as to where the mass possession originally came from.
To be quite honest, I don't really care much about this one. If we can somehow use him to find the other, then I wouldn't be too opposed to it. If you were to find any sort of use for him, then we can figure something out. But he probably needs to be awake if you want to question him.
Yeah.
What if
Probably
he's
move him away
away?
from the door first.
What if he's
Yeah,
drag him-
secure
drag him
position
further in.
first.
Let's bring
Yep,
him.
drag him.
Let's bring him over here. She looks over toward Luca and Rue.
Just wanna
You
kick
guys
him
can
out.
take care of this, right? She like motions to the ice and water.
Yeah.
They probably want
Can I
that water back
recollect some of
anyways.
this? Yeah.
The way we have the recollection go is you can bring back half of what you used. So you used 4, so I can give you back 2.
Awesome.
I will take these 2, however. These 2 are gone forever.
They're gone.
Can I help with collection
Dead.
or no?
Like I said,
Do you have anything to collect it with?
basically bringing back. You can only really bring back half of what is used.
Gotcha.
So.
So blood bending, huh?
Uh, oh, wait. You recognize it?
I'm aware.
Have you seen it been done?
Let's just go with I'm aware. Nice work.
Nice work,
Uh,
person.
I'm surprised you call it nice work.
I mean, it seems to be bad, he says with air quotes, but you did something useful, and it helped. And also, it doesn't look like you're the type just to, puppet people that you're friends with.
That's good to know that I don't look like that, but
Yo, little did you know the whole Avatar family is being puppeted by Luca this entire campaign.
oh yep, I'm
You've been
actually
dead since
everybody.
the first fucking start.
Isn't that right? Isn't that right,
Yeah.
Avatar Nuan? Yeah, that's right, Luca.
You're actually maybe the second person who actually was okay with this.
No, who's the first?
Guy that bended water with his
Spirit, snow leopard. I don't think you will.
Oh, great, more spirits.
By the way, Luca, are
Yeah.
you currently
Yeah.
are you currently with ears?
Yeah, I like my ears.
Rue, ears and tail.
Has that been there all the time?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
There was a lot going on.
Rue's gonna look at that. Just one thing. Scratch it.
Backs up.
Okay, so they are real.
Okay, so what is this about kidnapping?
Oh, I did not kidnap her. Okay, let me try and explain this. So
Uh-huh.
I was running away, then Mei Lee caught me, and then I asked Brightwing to take me out of the situation to get me somewhere, away. And Mei Lee grabbed me, and then we were both taken away together. Which, now that I think about it, does constitute as kidnapping. But the point is,
Mei Lee, he's
I
trying to
did
talk
not
him his
mean
way out
to.
of kidnapping you. You can go over there.
Well, here's the thing. I was forced to go away.
If anything, I was the one that was kidnapped.
The
Unless
point is,
unless I can be a gremlin and be over here within listening distance.
Oh, you guys are in a large, like kind of decently echoey area. There's not like not like a.
As soon as I start hearing Mei Lee, just air scooter. Whoa, now there, tiger.
Oh
And
Lord,
leopard.
there she goes again.
Hi, leopard and Luca. Tiger and leopard, Luca. It's funny to me.
I'm just gonna let you know something, Blue.
Hey, what's up?
For personal reasons, I have to step away for like 15 minutes in about 10 minutes.
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
And then I'll be back after 15 minutes.
So he's.
If we are finding some other form of conversation, then just know that I will be away for a minute.
Okay.
Here's the deal.
Yes, I know.
I was pursuing him because it seemed rather suspicious, and he's cute. I did not expect that Brightwing. I did not expect him to be in league with Brightwing and to teleport, and for me to end up going with them. I just really wanted to catch him to see what was going on because he seemed to be running from the destination that Ichibei and everybody else was coming from in a way.
I was
really curious. Brightwing kidnapped me because Rue told him to.
Oh, okay.
Because Rue told him. Well, Rue told him to take him away, and Brightwing said, "I'll take them both." A BOGO, if you will. Buy one, get me free.
Yeah, that's the best way to put it at this point. The point is, I didn't mean to, and now we're here.
Mm-hmm. And I'll take full responsibility for any bad things he does. Until you guys trust him and he can take responsibility for himself.
What particularly did he do?
I mean, he
was in jail before.
Oh.
Okay, I can explain this.
Mm-hmm.
I came to the Fire Nation. That was it.
He is also best friends with Duncan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're friends with Duncan.
I don't know who
that
is.
He said, well, the way he said it was best friends.
So you're not friends with Duncan.
That goes against
I'll
what he
be
said.
honest.
They at least know each other.
Okay, I'll be really honest. I really don't like Duncan.
Wait.
That's not what you said before.
Why?
But you really want to see Duncan.
Oh yeah, I really want to see Duncan though, however.
But you're not going to hurt him, right?
Oh, of course not.
There you go, I believe him.
Out. No, I'm kidding.
Besides, Luca, he's a royal guard. Of course he'll be able to hold himself.
Yeah, but why do you not like him?
I mean, have you met Duncan? He's rude, annoying.
No.
Calls people names.
No.
He's the complete opposite.
Yeah. He's like super he's like super loyal to like the Fire Nation and Nuon, mostly Nuon at this point. He actually kind of speaks with a bit of a slyness to him, not really rude, and he's usually pretty polite. I mean, he's a little bit of a pervert and he likes to grab my butt sometimes, but like
Deco, is this
Okay, didn't know
exact
that.
opposite of how I know Duncan?
What
He
was
said
that?
he
Ern?
likes this.
Is that the exact opposite of how I know Duncan?
You never heard him grabbing people's butts. I mean,
Mine specifically.
Huh. I guess. Do you guys
mean-
know why he's a royal guard at this point now?
Well, I was
I'm
gonna
just
actually.
curious.
I was actually gonna ask you, when was the last time you saw Duncan?
When he was signing up for the military, and then he called me a punk for not joining the military.
And how long ago was that?
How long ago was that, Deco?
it was a decent bit ago. For you in particular, whenever they were asking people to sign up, they asked young men to sign up. So it would have been around whenever you were probably 13, 14. So almost a decade at this point, maybe even more, depending on how old you are.
Oh, gotcha. Well, almost like a decade.
You don't think people can change in 10 years?
I mean, he was really loyal to the War Nation.
I mean, it takes one good backstab to make you look the other way.
Okay, so what was the backstab?
I don't know.
I don't think it's our story to tell.
Yeah. Why don't you go see him? I think at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, you go bright wing. Pet.
As I'm the only bright wing, I feel that I am the good bright wing.
Oh, you're such a good boy. Scratch.
Yes, you are, Brightwing. Okay.
You
See,
guys clean up the water and ice, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I reinforce it with my airbending drying.
You know, I'm
air
technically
scooter over it.
related to you, Brightwing.
Oh.
You share the blood. You share the blood of the Ona.
We do.
That is very true. That is what I have inside of me.
How does it feel, Luca, to be related to a bird brain?
I like Brightwing.
No, he's actually get it. He's a bird with a brain. He's a bird brain.
I like the idea. It's just like how I love it. It's just like, how do you feel being related to a bird brain? It's like, I wouldn't say that about Luca. But you were more
I would
specific.
say that about me. No, I'm kidding.
But you were more specific.
Damn.
Also, can I try and pet Zen?
As you guys all make your way over here toward the group,
That is Brightwing's son.
You guys will still see that there is a unconscious boyo here. Currently, the only way to wake him are two options. You could either wait for him to wake up himself, or you could try to give him a heal. At the moment, though, if you'd like to wait for him to wake up himself, is there anything you'd like to do before he wakes up?
Any way we can bind him up?
You guys. I can.
Well, considering he has multiple arms, who knows?
Those arms won't do much if he can't defend himself. If we just beat the shit out of him when he's on the ground.
I could try and encase him in ice.
You
Make
it frostbite.
We need him to talk at some point.
Encase his body apart from his head in ice.
That seems more plausible.
You could potentially do that as well. You would know, Jin, that with your Earth Basics mastery, you could actually attempt to use your stuff to bring him as well. To kind of go at him, because you said that as an action, strength can be used instead to attempt to lower or raise the earth beneath a medium-sized foe or smaller. If you were to bring in some of the stone slabs, you could potentially do so, or you guys again could use a use of water to attempt to do it through.
We could freeze him solid, or I could bury him neck deep into the dirt. But there's no dirt around because you Fire Nation people are psychos who build wooden floors in your fucking Fire Nation. But hey, who do I know about interior design?
Well, it's not like our feet are made of fire.
Jin starts fucking mouthing.
But the mahogany finish.
It does look nice.
Carpet's fucked though.
Besides, you can't get these sweeping pagodas and whooshing buttresses with rack.
So Luca, do you give a piece of water over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now let's get this shit on the road, because I got 5 minutes to tell him how bad of a fucking Oni he is before I say deuces and then fucking jump out a window.
If you'd like
for 15 minutes.
If you'd like to, we could instead move this guy over, and we could wait till you're done with whatever you're doing. That way you don't have to rush. Because we can. There's other things that need to be
It's probably going to be like a 15-minute thing. I apologize.
Yeah, that's fine.
Didn't plans, but things came up. I'll be back in about 15.
You guys move him off to the side. You are we'll say at this point that you'll be ready to bind him, but you're not going to heal him. You'll just let him wake up on his own.
Okay.
Okay.
He wakes up later.
As at that point. Yep. As at that point. Rue, you are brought over here. I would like to know, do you want to explain anything about because again, you are definitely in cahoots with this person. Do you want to bring anything up about this person, about like anything that you would have found or learned about him while you were in prison?
What do I know about him? I forget.
That's what we're gonna roll for, you see.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll tell them everything I know.
Did I cut you off on something?
No, why?
No, I was just making sure.
No, we're gonna get this done so that you can go and do your thing and come back.
I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
Bye.
No. But as you guys were in, we're getting everything ready to do your thing. Go ahead and roll me for your, we'll say insight, for the different things you were going on. We'll see how much you could have learned, and then we'll see if you would have known anything enough, and maybe there'll be other rolls as well to see if you can learn other things. So we'll see.
So let's roll these two first. And I'm just expecting a nat one. Okay, that's not bad.
The 14. As you get 14, just 19, and then plus 2, that's 21. You would know that while you were in jail, this man was rather rowdy. His name is Ox, from what you could remember. At least that's the name he gave you. As you would know that Ox was planning for quite a while to leave the jail he was in. You do know that he a lot of the time did bring up that he was extremely powerful. He had extremely powerful items, and he had something in particular that if he could just get out of here, he'd be able to make those who threw him in jail pay. And he would just have to go and get it. It was somewhere outside of the city. You can kind of tell that might have been the mask, because you don't remember him having that while you were in jail. You also would know that he is from the Southern Air Temple.
Okay.
He is an airbender, at least from what you can tell. However, like Mei had said, nothing he did there was airbending. Anything that he had done right there was not airbending at all. As you would have talked to him, I'd like to know, with him, he's mostly has like a big boisterous personality, as you could tell whenever he had introduced himself as an all-powerful Oni just a few minutes ago. Would you have tried to learn anything else about him? Would you have tried to figure out any of his escape attempts? Would you have tried to do anything like that, or were you fine just kind of keeping to yourself in the jail?
I probably talked to him a few times.
Give me a charm, as you were giving him a talk to. See how well the two of you got on while you were in there.
Probably not that well, since he punched me in the face.
Probably not. I mean, who knows? maybe it was an accident.
It was a heckler, wasn't it?
It definitely, he didn't recognize you because of the hair. But as you were in jail with him, you didn't have any problems. As you were talking with each other, you were explaining that you were just here, man. You just came by, and he's like, I know these guys are crazy. These Fire Nation guys, you just walk up on their land and they just throw you in jail. What's up with that? But he seemed to mostly believe you with everything, which is good for you, because again, you guys were in a bit of a shared cell. So if you were gonna get released by Brightwing eventually, there was no way he could not have gone with you. he was just going to be that. Whenever you guys with a somewhat okay thing between you guys had an all right bit of stuff between you. Whenever you guys actually did flee from where you were, I'd like to know. Go ahead and give me a diligence and see if you remember how he was doing during the escape. Whenever you let the other guy free.
Gotcha.
Ooh. During the time you would let the other guy free, you would note that whenever Brightwing had let all of you all loose, whenever the brightness of not only Brightwing but the sun itself got brought into all of this, he didn't stick around very much with you. As you guys had basically ran for your lives away from a guy shooting lasers at fucking guards. You basically understand that whenever you had tried to tell him that you had a magical bird that could potentially take you all take everybody away from this and try to get away from you, he didn't seem to believe you and he ran away on the other side. But you don't know exactly where he went from there, so you don't know where his stash of amazingly powerful items, like he said, would have been. However, you do know that he seemed to know where the stash was of the jail. So you would know that he would know where all of the items would have been taken, and potentially what to do around that. As him and the other man had been set free, you hadn't seen him since then. But you have been mostly keeping yourself out of the city, trying to figure out if you can do something to get your stuff back, obviously. Now you have an idea of how to clear your name, yada yada yada, all that good stuff. But yeah, he didn't seem like a terrible person, just very, very boisterous, very stupid. You guys didn't have any problems. Who knows? If you would have rolled lower, maybe he would have clocked you and took off your head and took your lunch money. But that didn't happen. So
Gotcha.
You can relay any of this to the others if you'd like, but he did not seem this dangerous before he had left to go and get whatever he had stashed away, which you're pretty sure probably was the mask.
Gotcha. So his name that he gave me was Ox. I'm pretty sure he's from the Southern Air Temple, right? What else? He said he had a stash and he's kind of a collector, and if he had one certain item of his, he would make sure the guards would regret it. So I'm guessing that's the mask. Honestly, I think he's just an idiot. And
what made you think that?
An idiot with the power of a demon mask. Kind of looks over toward him, toward Ichue for a second, then looks away.
And he does know what all my stuff is and all the rest of the jailer stuff, as well as him having his own stash. So you guys can probably ask him about that. However, when everything went down, he basically ran.
Yeah, you can't really, you don't really understand what he did at that point because you weren't really paying attention to that. You were paying attention to that guy's lasering people. Yes.
And yeah, that's basically all I remember.
It's rather concerning that he seemed to want to make people pay with that item of his.
Dangerous individual.
What exactly do you think we should do with him when he wakes up?
Actually figure out why he's in there now that I'm thinking about it, because he never mentioned it to me.
The only thing he seemed to mention is that the Firebender or the Fire Nation seems to throw people away for no good reason.
Yeah. All he mentioned was the Fire Nation puts people into prison for no reason, which I kind of believe because, you know.
You don't think we had a good reason to put someone away during wartime?
No. I see your reasoning. However, it wasn't good.
We'll see about that in the future. We still don't entirely know what you're here for. You say that you're here to put a stop to your people and to potentially go and see the Fire Lord, but I find it very odd that you would have come here to do so. Were you just going to make your way through the port with your boat?
Listen, my ship was wrecked a while ago, so you know.
I just want to know what your plan was. In order to get to the Fire Lord, you would have had to have either gone through this port or you would have had to gone through the open pass around the other side of the islands. Were you going to make that long of a trip, or were you just planning on going through the port as if nothing happened? Again, going through a very populated area, the most populated area in the Fire Nation, with knowing that this war was going on? Was that your plan?
I was going to do the other thing, yeah.
The other thing. So you would have had enough supply on your ship to make it all the way around the Fire Nation and into the other part of the area, straight to the nation's capital then.
Most likely,
Were there anyone else on your little ship whenever you were on your way here? Did you have a crew?
Literally just me.
Literally just you, coming all the way from the Southern Water Tribe with enough provisions for yourself, and you really must have been banking on that whole protection of the sea or whatever, right?
I'm really, really disappointed in it.
There's technically nothing wrong with what you're saying, Rue, although me and you
Yeah.
both know something.
Mhm.
As she just sort of looks to you with a bit of a smirk, but just seems to give it to you. Well, all right then. We have plenty of time to figure out if there's anything wrong with what you're saying, obviously. But
Of course.
with all of that, she looks around to each of you. Is there anything that you can find any fault in with what he's talking about here with himself or with Ox? Or is there anything you'd like to ask before we go and wake this lug up?
I still just don't understand why that your elders thought one person would be enough to convince anything. And you're not even a leader. You're just a guard?
Yep.
That is a good point.
Why would anyone think that sending the guard would be equivocal to sending a leader or an ambassador or an actual diplomat of some sort?
Maybe there wasn't anyone else to send. Nuan seems to speak up, looking over toward Rue and then to you guys.
Thank you, Nuwan.
Was there anyone else?
Most people are literally in the military. Basically, anyone who's able-bodied is in the military. In fact, I have some special privileges, which is why I'm still a god.
So all of your leadership is gung-ho with the entire conquer various lands thing.
No. Those, my elders, no. Uh-uh.
You keep saying elders. How old are your elders actually?
Pretty fucking old.
Probably in the. Well, you know how she calls you daddy and old and stuff? Looks at Melee. Okay, like those people would actually be like old. Like you're young to them. You're like child.
Like Grammy?
Yes.
Fantastic.
So when you say there's no able-bodied people in your village, why would they send their only guard?
Because they're really desperate.
And why is it they're desperate? You say that they don't like this war. Is there any reason for that? Do you have anything going on in your own country that would be going against your pirates or the military, as you call them?
There's a shortage of certain supplies in the village, which, you know, the military would have taken care of.
But they're not anymore.
Yep.
How selfish. I mean, I guess one way to get more, what's the word, approval would be to be stingy with food and medicine and warm clothing and basic necessities like that.
But why are they all of a sudden not supplying for you?
I have no idea.
The war, maybe?
Most people don't want to see the world engulfed in a international war.
No, I mean,
except for select few, I
if the
think.
military usually is who supply the village, then the war would be pretty bad for the village. Then all the supplies going toward the military, right?
If that's the case.
Thank you again, Nuwan. I feel like you should be talking for me.
No, I'm just still wondering how you're alive.
Yeah.
But can you explain what you mean by that, please?
I don't know. It just feels like you shouldn't be. And I know who you are. It's strange. Whenever I look over at you, I knew who you were and that something was supposed to happen where you wouldn't have been here in front of me.
Maybe you were supposed. Maybe he was supposed to die during his shipwreck. Look at you defying fate.
Yay.
Keep it up. It's an admirable trait.
If he was supposed to die and something stopped it, if he was supposed to die in the shipwreck, then maybe we shouldn't have found him. Or if he was supposed to die in jail, maybe the man who did this had something to do with that. Kind of like motions over to her face. One is more likely than the other, because one of them apparently had the guidance of a spirit. She looks over to the giant fucking glowing bird.
All right, wake this bitch the fuck up.
They're talking about death and stuff for now. Give a minute.
Oh, everybody's sad. Sorry.
If you were
We won't
supposed,
know until we fuck
if you were
them, I
supposed to be,
suppose.
if you were supposed to be killed, she looks over toward Brightwing. Why did you save him?
Yeah. Why did you attach to this guy, Brightwing? He never offered that to us, as far as I know.
It is my mission.
Given by...
Oh, I currently have another Oh, actually, I do not have another mission.
You got
Yes.
the feathers.
He looks over toward you and Luca, who have given him his feathers. You see him look over toward the feathers. They begin to rise up around him. As they do, they swirl through the air and seem to twirl around Brightwing, affixing themselves to the large chunk of feathers he was missing. My mission has been accomplished.
Looking better than ever.
I can now perform my previous mission.
Which is...
Ichibe, this is for you. Ichibe, you see him open up his mouth. As he does, he drops down.
He fires a hyper beam.
He drops down a dagger in front of you.
Oh, there it is.
As
What
Ichibe,
what do you mean there?
You see another golden dagger. The exact same golden dagger that you have in your hand drop down in front of you.
What?
I was told to give this to you after I found you.
But you can't just bomb it up a dagger and expect us not to have more questions. Or to provide a more detailed explanation.
And who was it that gave you this order?
The Avatar.
Oh, so
This
Nuance
current
saved
generation
me.
of Avatar or the previous?
I do not know the other Avatar.
Couple.
You order a dagger from Brightwing, no one?
No.
Where did the Avatar tell you?
While I was in the spirit world.
That makes sense then. I'll go and pick it up. Thank you for returning it.
You pick up the dagger. As you look at it, you can be 1000% sure, Ichibe, that this is your actual dagger that you have in your other hand.
Still don't know if the gold is just to be some sort of ornamental fashion or if it actually does more, but now I have two.
Gold
So,
is an extremely funny thing.
so I gave you that to give to Ichibei? It was so that Ichibei would believe me.
We are skipping steps in this story, Brightwing! It's best to start at the beginning!
The beginning. Well, now that
What
I've
do you wish
accomplished
to
my
tell
mission,
me? Yeah, fucking get on with it.
I was in the
Bud.
I was in the spirit world, flying around. Like it's my own playground, and because suddenly Batman bursts from the shade. Hit God's
God fucking damn!
Alright, I'm getting good.
You're
I was in the spirit
a
world.
little off course.
When I was there, I was trying to find myself. Before I could, though, the Avatar found me. She had told me that I had a very particular mission that I had to do for Ichibei. I was to go and find a man who was imprisoned in the Fire Nation, from the Southern Water Tribe, and break him out of jail. At which point, I was supposed to give you this dagger. That is my mission.
To believe you in that this guy should come with the what?
I
Oh,
was
my
not
head
given
hurts.
any. I was not given any instructions on that. I don't think it matters what happens to him. If it did, they would have probably told me.
No, I need to give better instructions to Brightwing next time.
I don't even know if I what.
I'm only teasing you. Relax.
And so I guess it makes sense why I felt like he should have not been there. Kind of, maybe.
Sure, there's something. I'm sure there's a previous avatar in the spirit world that I can explain this to you that isn't a talking tree. So,
He did mention she visited him.
yeah, I don't
The
want to think.
question is, why do you have my dagger? What became of me?
It was so you would believe me. I do not know why you did not give me the dagger. Perhaps you could not. I mean, after all, you were here.
I'm gonna take a wild gander and say it's because I'm probably getting a family heirloom and doesn't want the fucking gold dagger anymore. But who knows?
Like, after all, you were here. Why the fuck? I don't know.
Who fucking knows, dude?
Oh,
Yeah.
it's hard. If you've already gotten it, and this is also it, and it's been given to you now, well, the easiest assumption one could make is that, well, time finally caught up to you. That could be an explanation.
So I literally died and you guys saved me.
You're welcome.
Cool, I
saved
can
you.
stop lying then.
What?
I saved you.
Yeah. Thanks, Brightwing. Cool.
Lying?
Really, Nawan
Yeah.
should have. Actually, you should be apologizing and thanking Nawan profusely.
Oh yeah, no, that's why I'm going to tell you guys the truth. I
Yeah.
wasn't here to meet the Fire Lord.
Shocking.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Shocking.
Who
Your
would've
suicide
thought?
mission wasn't what you came here for.
Unbelievable.
No, that was a different suicide mission.
Hey, now I
Oh.
should get a little bit of credit too. I found him.
You know what? It's
You
true.
did
Also,
do it.
apologize to Melee.
Oh,
I'm
why?
sorry, Melee.
Oh no, you wait. Why?
Because you lied. And because I could make him do that.
Oh,
I'm trying to give you something positive here, Melee. You're welcome.
oh.
I
Well,
mean,
good luck with the whole Fire Lord thing. That's gone through a whole upheaval.
So, if you weren't here to see the Fire Lord, what were you here for?
okay, so the elders said I could go see the Fire Lord, but that would be suicide. So the other thing was just literally going to, the military and just telling them to knock it off a bit.
You went to the military at the behest of the elders to tell them to stop being psychopaths. And
Can you bring some supplies home, you idiots?
Oh, yes, we're all starving and dying. Could you please stop being so selfish?
I don't see what's wrong with that demand.
Exactly.
So you were going to talk to members of the military or pirates or whatever. What happened then?
the blessing didn't work out.
I suppose the leadership took offense to the idea that you would dare ask them of such a thing. Are you sure you still have it?
You're pretty sure you went through the trial you were supposed to have whenever you were of age.
It's more
I'm
like
pretty
Kyogre didn't want to pivot from mercenary spat and went full 5 mercenary.
I'm pretty sure that I have my water blessing still, so I think because my intentions weren't,
Pure.
attack the Fire Nation, it kind of assumed that I wasn't trying to help out.
Ah. So your guardians are just mindless beasts.
Spirits aren't usually like that. We've seen a lot.
Yeah, we
of
met
them.
a lot of spirits with brains. Even the one that takes over other people's brains.
Even the bird brain.
Exactly.
That one's
Then
over.
Whoever
again,
that is.
Yeah. We do know, well, it's not a surprise to us. We know there's spirit that is in the Southern Water Tribe. Allegedly.
No. I have no idea about those.
You're really bad at this lying thing.
I wasn't trying to lie, I was trying to kid around. Anyway, yeah.
So
So
why would I don't really understand a lot of the military stuff, but I'm just trying to figure out why would it matter to keep you alive? What would we do now that you're alive that we wouldn't have done before?
Why are you privileged?
Wow, Jen, hot topic.
Gross.
It's complicated in
We have time.
Okay, I'll give the short version. My parents were killed, and they kind of felt bad about that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all you're gonna say?
Your parents.
Which was just before I saw the Avatar.
Oh, that's okay. I thought you were gonna mention the other part about your parent thing. You want me to do you remember? Or do you want me to say it?
Oh, what's the other part of the parent thing? I forgot.
So one of the things that you would know, again, nobody take this as in character unless he says it. But
Yeah, of course.
one of the things of the military is that they forcibly conscript people by threatening certain aspects of people. And for you, because you didn't have a family, they couldn't really threaten your family for not joining the military.
Oh yeah, that part.
Your privilege was literally they couldn't threaten you to do it, whereas they could threaten every other person that says no. That's why you're the only able-bodied person in the village that isn't part of the military.
Cool. I relay all that information.
And then also, apparently still Avatar. That's weird.
Yeah, that's all the Avatar wants.
There you go, Jen. You have to make him say his parents are dead. You happy?
I would never be happy about that.
Only slightly amused.
Well, no, it makes sense. We were all connected to the Avatar somehow. I guess you're one of them.
And what did I suppose, yeah. What did the Avatar do to you? You seem to be in one piece.
I mean, we didn't talk. I just saw him.
Oh, right.
Unless he saw me.
Really, we're gonna have to really rethink our name now, because Team Avatar is kind of Team Avatar is too boring. So we've got ML.
As Melee's doing that, as Melee's doing that, then what did you see the Avatar doing?
He was in the. Is the spirit pole the correct terminology? Oh, spirit forest.
You would know it. You would know it in your own to be the spirit forest, but there's also something called a spirit gate there. But yeah,
gotcha. He was in the Southern Water Tribe. There's this place called the Spirit Forest. He was there, and he kind of took the life out of one of the trees.
What Do you mean take
Like,
life?
He, I assume, bended, and then the tree kind of just withered away into nothingness.
He killed a spirit and absorbed its essence. I didn't know that's possible.
Yeah. It seems him and the military were really into it.
He was doing it with the military?
Oh, right, I should have mentioned that first. Yeah, he was with the military while he was doing that. In fact, he pretty much stayed with the military.
Jailer man. It's work in progress.
Jailer man.
Jailer man. The jailerman.
Scissorman.
Give me a bed, I'm workshopping it.
So those trees were spirits?
Yeah, I think.
Oh, the spirit world, I assume most things are spirits. Even most innocuous stuff. I'm sure there's a fork spirit somewhere in there.
I feel like if I can't explain anything, I usually say it's a spirit and call it a day.
I mean, you guys have been dealing with spirits. Haven't you ever seen someone do something like that?
Or the spirit's essence and destroy it. No.
Previous avatar has a lot of secrets that we have yet to figure out.
No, honestly, that does sound interesting.
Some we may even find here, depending.
No idea you could kill spirits.
Well, I guess that's interesting, but we know now why you were here. You were here to try to get the military to come back?
Yep.
Well, I'm sure you'll do a fine job convincing them all to pack up and leave that city with their giant airship.
We can help.
We wouldn't have really known a lot of this stuff without him being here. Maybe something to do with that spirit forest is important then? Or whatever these military people are doing to that forest?
Oh, they can't all do that, can they?
Was it only the Avatar that was able to do that?
I'm pretty sure it was just him.
The Avatar is the one naturally inclined to spiritual things, right? So
you guys remember
goodness.
a certain thing about the leader of the Southern Water Tribe being able to do a certain kind of bending.
Fuck. There is someone else. Great. The Avatar taught it to someone before he passed away. How kind of him.
Or learned it from him.
The spirit bender?
Mm-hmm. If we can do that, who knows what we'd be dealing with if we went down there.
Well, that's all I've got.
I take it as it is, one step at a time.
Does this change your plans at all? Ryan just sort of like steps out and looks to you guys. You are planning on at some point going down into the Southern Water Tribe, but you had other things you had wanted to do beforehand. Now that we have someone who has a bit of an in, it doesn't really change your plans at all, does it?
Doesn't it technically make things easier?
I think it should make things easier. The elders really love me.
Well, it's good for them, but what about military? Actually, that being said, do you know Dalto?
You would know of a military commander, Dalto. He's a pretty famous person. You would know that he had been discharged. However, even though he was a war hero in the Southern Water Tribe, he was dishonorably discharged.
Gotcha. You mean the war hero who was dishonorably discharged?
Yes.
Doesn't wear a
I
shirt.
know. I know of him.
So you wouldn't have ran by him. You don't know where he went.
We have a lot of things that we want to do before heading off. We could either find our way to the Southern Water Tribe sooner rather than later, or we can go off to the Earth Kingdom and look for this Dalto and take care of any other things you want to do there, while we still can, before heading off to this strange spirit forest or spirit bender person. Let us not all forget that we also have whatever else is going on here before we can even get this Rue to come with us, right? Looks over toward Ichibe's mom. Until we get our other criminal, I would not like to allow this one to leave. However, we also had thoughts of you all somehow getting us more troops against those Daili that are coming here. You said that you could, instead of doing that, maybe get the Earth Kingdom's blessing for us to push them away from our shores.
They are a bunch of traitors.
If one of those two things happen, I would not mind keep letting whatever prisoner you have in your possession. I have a lot of pull around here. That being said, she looks over toward the unconscious man he's in slowly melting but still completely encompassing ice. Shall we wake him up?
Don't let us stop you.
You guys know that you guys could try to just slap him awake, or you guys can throw him a heal. Currently, she does not have the ability to throw a heal, so she would just try to slap him awake.
You see Jin reel back his arm.
No. Let her
Grab Jin's arm.
I got this.
It wasn't
Reels
gonna,
back.
it wasn't gonna hit him that hard.
I got this. Reels
I
back.
thought Mom was about to slap her awake.
Well, she was gonna, but then Luca came over and gave a heal.
And
Jin
no,
and
I
your
was
mom
gonna
just
slap him.
reeling
No
back
kidding.
in
No
arm.
kidding.
Double slap.
No, I'll heal.
As you give a little mini heal toward this person, you see that they seem to like jerk their head up and they're like, what?
Hey, Ox, buddy.
What have you done to me? Where are my arms and legs?
I can already tell it's going to be a fantastically insightful conversation.
Just because you cut off my limbs doesn't mean I can't kick your ass.
You look down at all.
He looks down. Ah, that's where the stinging sensation is. Yes, I see.
I told you he was just an idiot.
It's kind of cute, actually.
You talk very loud for an Oni.
That's right. I am the great Oni of the Fire Nation. Look at me. You should all run.
Ichibe, do you want to tell him or?
Yeah, you tell him.
Why is it a fellow Oni did not come to your aid during our battle?
Looks over toward Ryan. Well, obviously that means that person is an imposter.
Or
You're an
maybe
idiot.
it's not that you're an Oni, but you're a phony.
What? No.
I like that one. But don't start hiding him.
What?
Don't start hiding him.
I didn't hire him. I called him a phony.
The Oni is a very exclusive pack. It's very easy to be able to tell their numbers because they know of each other. You are unfamiliar to her. The mask is not. She wants it back.
That cannot be done, for I am the great Oni who is in possession of the mask.
She is not opposed to killing you to take it back.
I
hear that. Just talk to them, Ox, please.
Who are you? Who is this Ox you speak of?
Look at my face. I have a different hair color.
I still don't recognize you.
It's rude.
Why are you being so familiar with me, inmate?
Hi, Ox. I'm Mouse.
Hello, mouse.
Really, you went with mouse?
He like
I mean,
looks
the
at
little
you.
buttons are like ears.
You see him. I will give
see
you
it.
one final warning before it's not
For what?
working.
Jin leans in close.
Akira.
One more warning until what?
Akira, you see little tendrils of spiritual energy seemingly coming from the mask, but not forming anything, as it looked as if he tried to bring them back, but they're not there. The fists do not come to him.
Okay.
She states the original owner of this mask could not have been killed by the likes of you. How did you come to obtain it?
Please be nice.
I will say this to him. I don't think your fists are coming back.
None at the moment, no.
Why though? He like looks up like looks to Meili, looks to all of you, looks to Ichibe, looks over to Ryan, who again looks over to him, smiles, puts on mask. Okay, okay, all right. It seems as if you have defeated me, the Great Oni.
Like we have previously with other encounters.
Yes.
When you took those feathers, you shook a nest. The nest of Team Avatar. Now you are here, bound, and waiting to see what we do with you.
From the bird, yeah.
I could dip dumplings in that cheese.
Why did you take the feathers?
There was,
Come on, Ox. You can tell the truth and be a good boy.
the bird. It showed itself to be powerful. I thought that it would help me against the guy who was attacking people with lasers. Beams of light that were coming from...
You mean to say that you're after the Sunbender?
No, I didn't want anything to do with him.
Were you trying to be a hero and clear your name?
No.
Aww,
No,
this
that's not what I was doing. If I were to have captured
This
him,
ox
they
is
would
like a little moo cow.
release me so I can crush you. No.
He does this with everyone. Okay.
I'm not a good person, I swear.
I'm not. I wanted to find them so that I could be released. That they would be like, "Oh, it's the Great Oni. We don't need to imprison him."
The superhero.
No.
You know, that is absolutely wonderful. I feel my heart warming up already.
You're wrong.
The cheese is clogging my arteries.
Yeah. You still haven't answered our friend's question, though.
He's just a big softy.
Question?
How'd you get that mask?
The lady deserves closure.
If you don't mind, I'd like to know if I need to kill you or not.
Did you steal it? Did you just find it? Did you buy it?
No, there was... I found it. I found it in the Earth Kingdom. It was in the Earth Kingdom.
Did you find it in a house? Did you find it in a lake? Did you find it in the forest? Did you find it on the street?
You see him sort of close his eyes as he... No, you don't see him close his eyes. You see him kind of like move his head down. As he does, you feel that the mask on him it seems to start to solidify and slide from his face. As it does, he seems to have let the mask go for a moment. As
Zero, I hope you're still here, but thanks for the raid, buddy.
Oh, hey! Thank you for the raid,
you.
Zero. Much appreciated, much appreciated. As the mask slides
Is
off
this
of
a
him,
YouTube face reveal?
as the mask slides off of him, he looks to you. There was these people who had wares from all over, but they were stolen. So, me and a couple of other people thought it would be good to relieve them of them. So, I was able to kick up a bit of a sandstorm around the area with my airbending.
Sandstorm.
And
You got it from sandbenders.
was that what? I believe so, yes. There was a group of them with these people in green.
Green and black, or just green?
He's gonna roll.
Flat coney hat. Flat coney hat.
He's gonna roll to see if he realizes anything else. That's a 19. I believe they called themselves the Daili I sank with my 19.
And I am just a master interrogator.
I'll look at Ryan. And recently just finished a visit there. You appear unscathed. You think the same thing would not happen to your comrade?
Perhaps they were able to take my mask before, if you remember. So perhaps they were sending a much larger force after him. Makes me a bit angry that they only sent a smaller force at me.
Son of a bitch.
I don't know, but there was a lot of things, including that mask, and none of the people I was with wanted to touch it. A few of them were from the Fire Nation. They said that mask was cursed. Some sort of a creature, an Oni, was the owner of it. They said that I could obtain riches beyond my dreams if I returned it here. They did not want anything to do with it, and I knew it was apparently powerful, so I didn't touch it until I thought that I was going to get cut in half by light.
Okay, so that's how it's on your face.
That
Fucking
the
Jesus.
one that we released through, the one that came after us, he chased me off. He chased me off into the trees.
Quick question.
What's up, Akira?
We didn't ask about. Well, I guess not we. Nobody mentioned like the arms, right?
No, so far, no one's mentioned the arms. Yes.
Okay, so I'm all right. So I'm gonna probably want to bring that up. So, if I may interject, what were those arms coming out of your back?
They were from the mask, from what I can tell. It is what the mask can do. It enhances my physical abilities and allows me to attack at high range, as well as probably other things. I don't know. I've only had it a little while.
They can give you more arms, you say?
I believe the
Yeah,
most
he had about
the most I could create was 4.
Jin fucking stabs him in the fucking head and takes the mask and puts it on.
yes, he had what 4? Was it 4 or 6 extra arms?
There were 4 arms, 6 in total with his other 2 arms.
Right. It gave him an additional 4.
Really?
That's why he was pushing people back the whole time.
Jesus Christ.
That might be just enough arms for me to snap those Daili's necks.
Actually, would that not be a good idea for you, Jin? To have that?
Oh, you actually agree with me?
Wait, what?
If it's something that
Yes.
something that you take it, I guess if it'll let me live.
No, I say this in all seriousness. I think it would be a good idea for him to have it.
It'd be a great
You do
idea.
understand
It'd
that
be a
you
great
make it-
idea if it wasn't
Yeah.
for the fact. Looks over to Ichibei. Continue.
You do understand that once the mask was put on, a deal was made.
A deal?
That mask cannot be removed from you. Well, maybe it can. But the powers are now your own. Until the day you pass.
So if they want to take it for themselves, they're going to have to kill you.
And I don't think we need to kill him.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I don't want him to die.
As you guys are saying this, Yuki makes her way over to you guys. She taps Meili on her shoulder.
Yuki?
Meili looks to him, looks over toward the others. She looks as if she has an idea, though.
Guys, I think Yuki has an idea.
So do I. But let's hear hers first.
She looks over towards you, Jen, and she starts like making movements over to you. Potentially, like she looks excited, like, oh, do we have the same do we have the same idea? Like she seems like, say it.
Do you want to kill him too and just take the mask?
Shakes her head, no. She looks horrified for a second. She's like, no.
I don't know why you would think for a second that you and him shared the same idea, Yuki.
She looks sad.
Very two different
her
people.
ears droop.
It's our differences that
understanding.
I mean, me personally, I think it'd just be a good idea for him to have another arm again.
Well, yeah, but like again, the thing right now, Akira, is they can't take the mask without killing him.
I'm aware. Yeah.
As Yuki looks to you guys, then she points off toward Nuan.
Should Nuan have the mask?
Shakes head.
No, I don't think that's what she's saying.
Okay.
Shakes head.
You imply that there's some sort of spiritual method in order to remove the pact they've made.
She looks confused and shrugs as if she doesn't know.
Or do you think that Nuan has the potential?
I think she's meaning that if this is a bond between a spirit, maybe Nuan can help. I don't think it matters to the demon which of them, which mortal is connected to it. Maybe we can find some way to bargain with the demon.
Or Mamu, I've come to bargain.
Is that it, Yuki?
No.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you for DM for telling us Yuki's idea.
Yuki's so cute.
She says she like seems to like look around like she's like, more or less that's her idea. She wasn't like going like, oh, look at these words I can say as Ryan. Nuan just like looks over. That would basically mean one of you would be taking on a demon curse or whatever, though, right?
Oh man, is that what that means? Well, then I'm not it.
I already sold
over here.
I basically sold my soul to something before, so what's the difference now?
My soul and body belong to only the Kara'u.
You also understand by putting on that mask, you attract a great deal of people that may or may not want that.
I mean, that's why we have Ryan, right?
I mean,
it would be much better
if I could be honest, with your history, would it really make that much of a difference?
It would be much better if we were to find some way to return this mask to the Oni, but if you were to use it, I don't see why not, at least until you are done with traveling with the Avatar. Again,
and then I'll kill you and take it the fuck back.
We only try to stay out of the affairs of the Avatar, at least whenever we're not completely, looks over toward Ichibei, with somebody who's traveling with them.
Yeah, you're totally along for the ride.
It's confirmed. No, I'm just kidding.
Well,
you've been dodging that for like 5 days. What the fuck?
Well, I was stoned for some of those days.
Draw my face for the other days.
What I'm hearing is that the status is complicated.
Status too complicated.
Goodness, Ichibei, while she was stoned. You devil. Mom, did you hear that?
I heard that apparently Ichibei is in contact with a Fire Nation legend, from what I can see. Looks over
she
toward
did train me.
Looks over toward Ryan. Ryan just goes bloop.
You're having a lot of fun right now. You're like, I can just show this to everybody, and because I can't kill any of you, it's fine.
The cabbage merchant back here is just like, I'm so glad I didn't grow up in the Fire Nation and have a fucking trauma toward the word Oni.
I mean, I might after this point, but who knows?
Who knows, man?
Oh, it is a stylish black and red.
More like pink and red. Oh, you mean his mask?
As far as
Never mind.
we know, the masks that we share, all of the Oni, were made from the one single spirit that we all know about, the one that's back in the Fire Nation capital. However, the abilities we draw from do not come from that demon. You will have to find the spirit that this mask is drawing power from. If you're able to do that, then maybe with the power of the Avatar, the bridge between worlds, you can bargain with that spirit to remove the connection with Ox here, and then move it over toward anyone.
What do you think, Mugen? Mugen.
What?
Because an ox is just a male cow.
What? You're talking with me?
Yeah, I don't know your name, so I'm gonna call you Mugen.
My name is Ox.
Your name's not actually Ox, is it?
It's definitely Ox.
Mugen.
Well, Mr. Mugen, where have you not been speaking to a voice through this mask, or?
Shakes head.
I
Really?
believe that's how it works, not with everybody.
Maybe
Not with
it'll be more
everybody.
talkative. Maybe it'll be more talkative with me.
Why'd you make him sound like the Moonanites for a second there?
I mean, maybe we just have to like touch it, like Ichibe's mask.
Can I use a quad laser?
It's the quad laser.
Maybe you can. Maybe you can one day. The mask is
see
falling.
this from over here. I'm doing it as hard as I can.
I'm sorry.
But no,
It was really good. No, so the mask is just sitting there, right?
it is currently on the large thing of ice that is connected with him. Yes,
Jin reaches out to grab it.
you grab it.
Anything?
Nope.
Do I have to put it on? Is that what this trick is?
I don't know what you're trying to do.
No, Daddy.
Talk to whatever's on the other side.
Daddy.
All I do is touch it or something.
Daddy, don't do it.
If he hasn't talked with him, why do you think he'll talk to you?
Because I'm far more personable.
Then go ahead.
Daddy, now.
Shouldn't we use that as the item that Nuon uses to connect to the spirit world?
Daddy's not on the time for jokes.
I understand your intrigue, especially considering that you would be able to gather more limbs, but there is always a price.
Screw it. Fine. You can keep it for all I care. He just kind of like puts it back on the ice.
Again,
Oh, I have an
we
idea.
just need to,
I have
we
an
just need to
idea.
figure it out later. What's going to happen? We just have to find the demon.
Let me do it.
She just picks up the mask and puts it on Melee's face. It's already bonded with him. It's not going to do anything with any of you. It's the same
I was
thing with
hoping
my
the crowd
mask.
would- I'm hoping the crowd would do something about it. Oh well.
It's just like puts it back, takes it off, puts it on Jin's face too. It's just like nothing whatsoever.
Oh, this is extremely anticlimactic. It feels good though, actually. What's it made out of?
Probably things you don't want to think about.
Bone and felt.
Bone and felt.
Oh, okay. So you were. I was gonna say
That's
ivory. And
Viola
ivory is bone.
magic.
That's why it feels familiar.
Ox, do we have your word you won't try and run away?
Please, Mugen.
You were found
might
rather
actually try
quickly
and
once
kill
we
you
reached
afterwards.
this place. It would not take long to find you again. It is not wise.
I just want to bring that guy in so that I can get out of jail is all.
Let's start by
Same here.
asking about his whereabouts. What information do you know?
Well, last I found him, I had chased him off into the woods around here. I don't entirely know where he went. It seemed he was going off into the mountains, but I couldn't find him. I don't know where exactly it was going, but according to some of the locals, it seemed to be in the direction of a village off to the west. I don't know exactly what he would be doing there, though, or what exactly he would be trying.
So you're saying he's left the city entirely?
I don't know, it's just what people have said.
Well, Ichibe, Mrs.
Did they get
Aikawa.
that information faster than the fucking Aikawas did? Or did he hear the Aikawas say this? Wait, Mom, why don't you know this?
We've been keeping tabs on around everybody who's been moving around in the village. However, because the prison is off on the other side of the waters, there isn't a lot of our actual good spokesmen around here for now. None of our real members. Not to mention Ichibe, we have lost a good number of them.
Yeah, come on, Ichibe, you're shinobi, not miracle workers.
It was not just your father that we had lost whenever the attack had come with the sun going black. Not to mention the, well, sheer power of those that were coming at us from the oceans. We lost quite a number of the Aikawa.
I understand.
Those who are still around are myself and a few of the other elites, as well as a decent number of trainees. Those who are here are acolytes, you could call them. But on the other side of the waters, there are many who are looking for these three. The two that we have here, and the one that has apparently gotten away. If the rumors are true, there's not going to be much of anything that you can do. Heading off to the west, that means they're probably either going over toward the capital, trying to find a boat somewhere else away from the port, or they're heading off toward the city that was taken over by the Water Tribe.
Was he Water Tribe?
He was not. He was a sunbender.
I don't see a sunbender having much advantage over the Water Nation.
Sun shines everywhere, Ichibe.
Yeah, but the North and South poles are cold for a reason. The days are short and the nights are long.
Rue, you were firsthand looking at what happened whenever this person had bent light around you. And as somebody who lives in the Southern Water Tribe, as well as Lucas, somebody who lives in the Northern Water Tribe, you know it can get very, very bright in the North and South.
It can.
It can get brighter than literally anywhere else on this fucking planet, probably.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
It doesn't help that the snow reflects light.
Yeah.
No.
And the
it
ice.
By the way, I'm
And
not
the
going to assume
water.
the sunbender's part of the terrorist cell just because a few people can bend sun.
Yeah.
So I'm not
Hold
going
it.
to be like, kill all sunbenders, although I don't like sunbenders.
This one,
Yeah, you
this one
burned
apparently,
my mom, so you know.
this one apparently was somebody who had attacked a lot of Fire Nation nobles, Akira, including had infiltrated and destroyed the leader of the Aikawa clan, had killed Ichibe's dad. And
They
had
took your ad, boy.
scarred.
Oh,
Well, it
fuck, I
didn't
missed
kill the
that
dad,
part.
but like it was part of the people who
He's
did
like,
that.
oh fuck, wait a second.
And the mother
Wait.
here with the large scar down her face was burned by the sunbender.
And that is the part where Akira started
Oh.
backpedaling.
Yeah, this is the part where I start backpedaling hard.
Fucking Akira.
Yo, he's
finally,
like, yeah, you know,
like,
maybe
wait,
sunbenders
what?
aren't that bad. My
We hear some-
dad's
we hear
dead.
s- we hear some-
Sunbenders are fucking terrible.
We hear
No,
some
no,
beeping.
no,
we
I
hear some
didn't-
beeping in the distance as
I-
Akira backs it up.
No, I didn't. No, Akira didn't say that out loud.
Yeah.
I said that.
I know,
but,
I know.
No, I was like, wait a minute. Because he keeps bringing up sunbenders. I'm just like, I can't make conclusions because I can't play the murder hobo in this one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This one in particular that they've been talking about has been one that apparently has been been a part of some sort of insurrection that was against Fire Nation. They had attacked during the eclipse with the with the Water Tribe, and had basically betrayed the ninjas as well as the nobles of this village.
All right. Cool.
Well then,
All right.
Without
I
him being
suppose.
around, if he did leave the city already, I don't know if there's much I can do for you two.
Well, just catch him.
I can't clear
If
your
you went to
names
that
without
town.
having something to give to the other side. Even if I do have a lot of sway on the books, I can't let you out of this palace.
I
They
have
got-
white hair, so I'm basically a different person. So, I feel like I'm in the clear.
Yeah, definitely. 100%.
Well, he can't have gotten that far. We have flying bison. We could probably catch him.
So, all we have to do is either send your bison off toward the capital, off toward the west, off toward where any sort of dock would be off to the west, or into the mountains to find him. Before he gets to his destination. Which could be any one of those 4 places. Hop to it.
Of it.
I wish I could give you people to help. I really do. We don't have a lot.
It's fine. We've done more than enough in the group that we already are.
You said that you're after someone else here. Some person either posing as a general or someone who has some connection with the Black Rings, correct?
A lightning bender, and a person who can turn people to stone. Yes.
If you're able to bring them to justice, perhaps then that would be enough to clear these two's names. As
So
well,
he can bend lightning.
as well, if you are all able to help us with the Dai Li incident, looks over toward where Ichibe is. You said that there was some sort of a... If we can get the Earth Nation, otherwise known as the Earth King, or anyone of note over there, to give us assurances that the Earth Kingdom will not go to war with us for turning back and taking out the Dai Li, then we can do that as well. However, I cannot act without assurances. Those are the only things I can say that I can do to clear these two's names. Either get some sort of assurance from the Earth Kingdom, or bring me those 2 fugitives. Or find the Sunbender. Which will you try to do?
Well, that works. Sure as hell cut out for us. As usual.
That's all that I can give you, unfortunately. This is hard. To any who would be there, from what I can tell, they would think that someone who was able to create blades would be the one that had killed those guards. Even with both of you saying it was the man who could bend light, who would ever believe that someone could slice through someone with light? Until this is taken care of, Rue will be an enemy of the Fire Nation. Especially given where he's from.
At least you're my friend.
You know what? I'ma just take that. Thanks for being my friend, Meili.
Thumbs up.
Prim looks over toward all of you. We could always go based on what the Ghost Queen had said, right?
And she wants to go back to bossing, sorry.
If we can somehow get the Earth King to agree, then it would be great to have the Fire Nation against the Dai Li as well, wouldn't it?
You can't imagine it would take that much convincing to have the turn to say that the Dai Li had become treasonous.
We would just have to get him free, safely. If we bring him back to the Fire Nation as well, then we would have not only him, but the Ghost Queen to allow the Fire Nation to know that the Earth Nation is on their side.
Half of the kings of the Earth Kingdom. That'd be pretty good. Guarantee.
And we know that if there's anything going on, that it might be near Lake Laogai, and I've been there before.
Lake Laogai. A wonderful resort.
It's a magical place.
Yes, it is.
Such a lovely place. Such a lovely place.
Where nothing
The
ever
host.
goes wrong. And everything is great, and everyone looks forward to going back.
It's a place with a lake, right? So that means water bending.
It's also a place of unknown. It's a whole place of unknowns, but it'd probably be the one place to
It's
be.
more
It's ominous for some reason.
It's more under the lake.
Yeah,
You know what? I think
What,
prison
like
is
a
better.
tunnel?
perhaps.
It's hard
Secret
to
tunnel.
it's hard to explain. They bring the entrance up from the lake.
Wait, how do you know? Did you actually go to
Yeah.
the lake?
I used to be a Daily.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
It's okay. It's been a year.
Yeah,
I didn't think
remember
I didn't think
whenever
they.
they. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, my bad.
No.
I just got slipped my brain. I'm thinking of something else.
Yeah, whenever it seemed like she stepped out of line, they were like, "Now, Sudi, don't you want to go to Lake Laogai?"
I really don't.
What is
Yeah,
awful?
and then that was her. And then that was her response. They make this sound like it's freaking Disney World, except I didn't say that last part. I don't know what Disney World is.
If they have the Earth King anywhere, it's either in his palace or at Lake Laogai.
They wouldn't be tormenting him down there, would they?
No, but given how strong he is, they might have taken him there once or twice, or even they might just let him out to do his speeches. I don't know. I haven't been there. We've never had someone of that station anywhere near Lake Laogai,
As far as you know.
as far as I know.
They swarm Omashu. They step in the desert. There can't be that many left in Ba Sing Se. Hell, they probably already gone all the way to the north.
Currently, if you all have enough of a force to head off toward the Lake Laogai, or either way, just Ba Sing Se in general, that would be pressing, because again, they're expecting me to talk about the Dai Li tonight. I'm instead going to announce that the Avatar is here. But that means that the Dai Li are already on the other side, and it's only going to be a matter of time before more of them are here, other than the two that are already on my side of the waters.
Well, so the Avatar is here and might rile them up, in fact.
It might, but that's the only other thing that I can really announce today.
No, that's a good thing. And if they know we're not exactly liked by the Dai Li. And if the Avatar is here, after what we pulled at Ba Sing Se,
I can at
You
least
shatter a portion of the wall and things will happen.
I can at least guarantee that if they go after the Avatar, that the Aikawa at the very least will defend her. We can't actively go against the Dai Li without risking any sort of incident. But
That's what I'm
obviously
saying,
we can
though.
protect the Avatar.
They might be inclined to come here and see for themselves. Trespass, even, if you will. They are sneaky.
Is that something that you want to take care of right now here, though? I thought the option was letting the Fire Nation handle the ones that were in the Fire Nation.
Well, it's their problem. Well, of course, they're trespassing on Mrs. Aikawa's territory, aren't they?
If you want to keep
Without
adding more,
permission.
if you want to keep adding more villains for us to defeat, then I guess that's fine.
Well, the Dai Li have always been villains, madam.
You do imply that there's quite a bit on our plate. You're not wrong.
Ryan just looks over.
It'd be better
toward
to try and
Ishime.
take this one It'd be better to take this one at a time. Right now, we know that there is currently somebody in this place that is capable of bending lightning. and has an accomplice that is capable of turning people to stone. If we start with that, we can at least get Rue's name cleared. I don't know about you. Oh, look at...
Yeah, his frozen body looks back at you.
I have my own reasons now for wanting to find the Lightbender. But at the end of the day, saving a nation is more important than a vendetta.
Once you're able to clear these two's names, however you end up doing it, I will announce that they are free of all their charges, and I will also announce that the Daily are to be sent away from the Fire Nation. Currently, they are only here. Maybe there are a few in other places in the Fire Nation, but the majority of their group are on the other side of the water. If I can get them to be taken away from there, or even imprisoned, without the Earth Kingdom coming after us, then that would be ideal. Then, you can all do whatever you wish, whether that is go to the Southern Water Tribe or what. I will release Rue and this man into whatever custody I need to see fit at that point. That is the only thing I can do for you, however. I cannot promise anything else unless we get those taken care of.
Understandable.
So what I'm hearing is, let's lock in and get something done.
She goes over and she
Essentially,
goes and
yes.
sits down up where the nobles would usually sit, away from where you guys are. As she sits down, she looks over toward everybody. So, find out what you're going to do. Leave her here. Points over toward Nuan. I need her for a bit. And
You'll do great, kid. Don't worry.
And with all of that, I promise that I will keep my word. I think that you'll have... Looks over to Ichibe. I think you'll have my son to talk about my... well... good nature. I'm not going to go against you.
I know you won't.
What?
What? He's just fucking listen to the whole thing.
Oh, you're
like,
still
wait,
here?
the 4 nations are completely fucking destroyed?
Wait, why are you still in here?
I was with the cabbages.
I thought you ran out with everyone else.
No, she told me I could
Honestly,
stay.
I wondered how crazy this conversation was going to go since the cabbage merchant was still here, but it's okay.
I completely forgot he was even here.
There's a big
Really?
bird.
Yes, there is. Please keep up.
You know, for
Right
a moment,
wing.
I thought he was also an Oni that you guys,
No, he's
he
just
was
a guy we
another-
keep running into.
Right wing, do you like cabbages?
I have not had one.
Oh, look at that.
I will take one.
I will take one of your cabbages.
Okay. I'll go and collect my cabbages.
Well, Jin just turns to Ryan. Is he all right to let go?
No, definitely not. It's fine. There are
it's not like
there
you-
are people who
you don't care.
who know of us. It doesn't matter. I'll just have to have a talk with him later.
He is
Yeah.
foreign and of no consequence.
He's just some guy trying to sell food. I feel
He's like
bad
the
for
Jar
him.
Jar Binks of this series. He's taking his Sith blood.
I don't want to see it. I just don't want to see him dead.
Honestly,
So, I feel bad.
Honestly, he's been here really long. Like, we saw him the day after you guys got me out of the spirit world, right?
Yeah, you keep running into that guy.
Yeah.
I think maybe he has something to do with the Avatar too. It must be Faye or something.
Oh yeah,
Or cops-
definitely. His eyes glow fucking red. He pulls out a black ring.
Fine, I'll do it to myself.
Subverting expectations.
Yeah, or I don't know. Maybe
I'll teach them to burn my cabbages.
somehow I feel it's like some big cosmic joke that we aren't privy to.
All right.
As
So we're gonna go catch old Lightning Man?
I will
He
say,
killed some old guy.
as you guys would be completed with this conversation a little bit, do you guys want to release Ox from his frozen binds?
He's well aware that if he decides to fucking run, I mean, Ryan hasn't been here for more than a fucking hour, and you really didn't hide that well. Like, do you really want to play this fucking game? You stick the fuck around.
You guys let him out. You say that. As you do, Ryan goes over and just puts the mask on his face as she does. You're going to have to become much quicker. As she will then look off to you guys and be like, just kind of like go off to the side. As you guys get everything settled, you guys make sure that Ox is not just going to rush off, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
But he does not.
He
seems fine. You see that Ichibe's mother goes down to Nuan. As she does, she turns her over toward the entrance to the place, and then looks back to you guys. Well, we're going to have an announcement. We'll see you all later, I suppose.
Absolutely.
There'll probably be plenty of food and drink in here.
Oh, now doubly absolutely.
Are you gonna be all right, Nuan? I am technically a member of this family.
For the time being, all I have to do is answer some questions for people, right? And see if I can give any sort of advice or things.
That is correct, yes.
You may have your duties to the spirits, but you also have your duties to us mortals. I think everyone out there will be very happy to see you. And there'll be plenty of people that will be loving to hear the advice of the Avatar. As I mentioned, I will make it to where one of the noble houses around here will be completely taken up by you, and of course all of you will be able to stay there completely free of charge. As long as you do your duty while you're here, and speak to anybody who wishes to come for your counsel.
He'll be like, my wife left me, and I used to love birds, but now I'm too sad. And she's just like, have an apple.
And she's just like, okay, stop this, Dad.
You can stay here for as long as you want, and for every day you do counsel, perhaps there'll be a reward for you.
Ooh, look at that. Your first paid job, Nuan.
I'll do my best. I should be fine.
Remember,
I can bend now, right?
Oh, totally.
Of course. But remember, Nuan, no comment is also an answer.
If someone walks up, they just ask her, no comment. Next person, no comment. Next person, no comment.
I played the fifth. I'll smile at her.
She looks
I'll just
over.
move back.
She looks over towards you as that happens. Ichibe's mom takes her forward. You guys see her getting off to the front. She opens the doors, and her Nuan stand out over toward the people as people begin to go silent outside for a moment.
I'm so proud of her.
As you guys stay here for a little bit, getting just kind of ice picking boy out of his ice. You guys do hear an uproarious roaring of applause and stuff happening outside, as you're pretty sure that Nuam was addressed to the crowd. This is the first time that a humongous amount of people get to see her. The biggest people so far were the people who went to the freaking Agni Kai that happened.
Yeah.
Well,
no, this is a good thing. And she has better she has better self-protection now. She should do better. She should do good.
She's not a master at any of the elements yet. You guys have taught her different abilities and things you can do. She doesn't have any of the cards that give her the extra things. Like she doesn't have air basics mastery or anything like that. But she does have quite a number of
She is fucking Solid
things.
Snake.
She is a ninja avatar.
That's pretty strong.
With some very nice abilities, including things like air scooter to get her out of the way of any danger. sand tendrils to freaking strike at and try to grab people with.
And erosion, so fuck you, other
Fire
predators.
daggers to be able to attack people with freaking daggers made out of flames that also gain benefit from her Oni training.
And she can throw them like a fucking dog.
And you know, octopus style.
Yeah, she's pretty solid.
The only waterbending technique that she knows.
The only one she needs.
just being able to use octopus style, just like fucking okay.
Right. So, damn it.
Don't you guys have the rest of your group to bring with you?
We have a lot in our group.
We have a lot of people, right? That's true, but
You guys were given a noble house off to the side of this area. If you'd like to go and collect your friends,
we'll go get them, I think. And then plan.
we will say that for the remainder of this little bit of time, while Nuwan is getting introduced to the people, and while you guys are going off towards your friends, that you guys are able to gather all of the people that are off. What are you doing back there? I don't know what he's doing. Anyway,
I can't believe you actually managed to spell something with fucking word letters.
You guys make your way out to go and collect the others. Rue, you would stay here because, you know, being out in the open probably isn't great.
Could someone get me a water skin, please?
We'll talk about that later,
Rue. We
Rue.
have no money.
We'll talk about that later, man. We'll buy some things in the near future, probably. But as you guys would go out, you guys would go and collect all of the bison, as well as your captive, who is still not woken up yet. Your friend who is heading off toward the southern air temple. Your old man, and of course your Duncan, your Hoka, your Fire Lord's brother, your Fire Lord's sister, your leader of a major Earth nation, and Clint.
I feel like we're playing one of those JRPGs that like we just keep hoarding items that we'll never use, but we don't want to use them because what if we need them later?
But at least I have 3,700 cheese wheels.
Yeah, then we just fucking go and kill Alduins like we never need them in the first place. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. I have a full inventory.
As you guys are given your own kind of noble house, we'll just use this for now, because this is the noblest house of them all. You guys go and collect your assortment of peeps, and bring them back here. Hoka and Duncan would basically need to be brought in from the air so that they don't freak anybody out. But yeah, by the time you guys get back, the festivities outside would be mostly drawing to a close, as you would see that Nuwan would be going through the crowd, and like people will be like going and trying to shake her hand, as well as people are going off to the sides where the place has been set up to go and speak with her. People are already lining up outside toward the area that that Nuwan would be at, even though Nuwan does not need to be there until probably tomorrow.
Lamau.
You
see a long ass day.
You see that the festivities are drawing to a close by the time you get everybody in here. After a little bit of time, both Ichibe's mom as well as Nuwan and Ro would make their way back in. People would be outside, still being entertained somewhat by the people who are doing the flips and things of that nature, but people would start to disperse at this point. A lot of people wanting to come bright and early and speak with the Avatar, of course. It is getting later on in the day as you guys get everybody in here. Yeah, at this point, all of your peeps are in one room, including looking over Ro. There is a man's way over here. Who once Nuwan gets her way back inside, he would make his way over and be like, "Hey, Nuwan, I'm here to protect you," and blah blah blah.
Is there like a throne in this noble house too, or not?
it's more like a seating area up there toward where they take in people for any sort of affairs, but we can call it a throne. Go ahead and sit on the throne. I guess.
Dingin's just lounging there. Like
This
the
is a
moment
different place, right? This isn't the same place that my mom's in, or is this the same place?
This would be the one that they would allow you guys to go into. I'll give you guys a different noble house next time.
Okay, no, I'm just making sure.
This would be a different place, but this is where your mom has brought Nuam back from after a couple of hours.
Okay.
As you guys have collected all of your random peoples and bison. At this point, you would see different people stretching out and going and seeing each other. First things first, you would see the old man going over to a Brightwing, like, what the fuck is this?
What the fuck are you?
There we go. Now it's all is right.
I fed its spirit cat blood.
You would note that there is a nice little joining of the super nobles over here talking with each other. You would see that your quote unquote prisoner, quote unquote unconscious person, turtle lady, is still up in one of the bison saddles, being taken care of by the attendant to Akira's father, who is coming with you guys to get his tattoos from the Southern Water Tribe, or from the Southern Air Temple, not Water Tribe. Again, Duncan would make his way over to Nuwan to check on her after everything that had happened. You would see that Ichibe's mother would be basically standing off to the side watching as all of you guys are getting yourselves together. Clem would be off with Yuki and Prim. The two of them seem to be talking more with Yuki than with each other, which is making Yuki uncomfortable. And you would see that Ryan would be mostly speaking with Ox, but off behind you would see that Sudi is taking notes from the conversations that are happening.
She's learning.
I would like to know, as you guys are now here with all of these peeps surrounding you, what would you guys like to do before you guys make your decisions on where to go in the next day to try to find either criminals or get ready to leave to the Earth Kingdom, or whatever it is you guys want to do?
Cool. I need to talk to Duncan.
I would like to talk.
need to
I would
talk
like.
to-
I would like to talk to Rue.
You want to head over to a room?
Okay.
Yes, I would like to ask Rue a question.
Let's go ahead and anybody else?
I went to the cabbage merchant.
Head over to the cabbage merchant.
Cabbage merchant.
I mean, once again, Duncan leaves me neglected,
What
so
the
I
hell
guess
do you have
I'll-
to say to?
like,
Okay.
Oh, on cabbages.
maybe to reassure him that he's not going to die after listening to everything that happened.
Yeah, I was like, "There's no way you're gonna help him with his cabbages."
You're gonna
That
you're
shit's
gonna
gone for
stay
good.
over. You're gonna stay over here, Melee, as well.
Gremlin.
Ichibe.
So it's a tie between either ninja or ninja.
Mom or
One of them's my
ninja?
mom, one of them's my
Mom or girlfriend? Maybe.
Are we really that
'Cause,
far
like,
in a
with her-
relationship? I'm kidding.
I don't know. That's what I don't know. But I'm not going to talk about it right now. There's shit to do. That's what I was actually going to come to talk to you about. I don't really need to talk to mom again. In fact, I was going to give her a day or two before I'm like, so can you talk to me about both dad and dad? But yeah, let's just talk to both guys. now.
Dads.
And what about you, Jen? Where are you headed?
To bed.
I know you're saying you're over here lounging on this noble table, but no one's coming over to like see you, and it's like, what's the use of being on a noble fucking chair if no one's gonna come over to you?
What's the point of being on this, laying down on this chair if no one's gonna say
Oh,
hi?
I do want to talk to mom and get the family heirloom, but I'll get that later.
Okay. So, going through things first, let's stick with the ones that have the most peeps currently. So that is going to be Rue, Mei Li, and Akira. See if we can get through with what they want to do and see if they want to do anything else after. So, Akira, you make your way over toward Rue as Rue starts moving down over toward Duncan, but you kind of intercept. Mei Li, you are gremlining off to the side with them.
I needed to ask you. I needed to ask you something. You wouldn't happen to have any water bending scrolls on you, would you?
Yeah, not on me. All my stuff was literally taken.
I need to learn water bending techniques.
I'll say those scrolls may not be the most efficient ones to give you.
It doesn't have to be super advanced.
They're mainly ice bending.
Ice bending is ice bending is different from water bending, is it?
It's around the same thing, but like it is definitely potentially from what you're if you're trying to get something certain, like what exactly are you trying to learn? You said you want to learn from waterbending techniques, but what are you trying to learn?
The movements.
If you're looking for the movements, that would probably definitely be more inclined to waterbending than it would be to ice bending, because ice benders are more sharp with their movements. If you want to do something like that, you could find a waterbending scroll, obviously, or you could talk with some sort of a master of waterbending basics, which would definitely be probably anybody in this room who is a waterbender. So you would probably be able to talk to Rue or to Duncan or to Luca about things like that. Or again, finding a scroll would be good too. You know that on the other side of the water there is it is a major port city, so there is probably a lot of things you can buy over there. Whenever you guys do set off to go and try to find the lightning mender.
Okay.
But that is basically everything.
All right. So I have a favor to ask. One, do you know where we would get any waterbending scrolls back in the Water Nation?
I should be able to get some, yes.
I need something to practice with right now, though.
Well, I mean, you have a bunch of waterbenders here with you.
Correct. I don't wish to take up too much of their time, though. I know everybody has things to do. Would you be able to write any? Would you be able to write any of these basic water bending scrolls out? Or write? Yes. Yep. No, I know what I said. Nope. I know what I said. I'm staying with it.
You would like me to give you a crash course in waterbending on paper?
I'd be willing to pay for it. I don't expect services for free. I could give you 3 silver.
Dude, 3 silver doesn't seem like quite a lot.
3 silver a lot.
You would know that any sort of scrolls that you would want to find in the Fire Nation would probably, depending on the complexity of them, could probably cost you several golds. So making a scroll and giving it to you would probably be a little bit higher.
Okay. I can go with 1 gold.
I mean, I'll still be doing the writing.
You have a counter offer, Rue?
Yeah, I'm kind of working blind here.
Yeah. Well, in the Water Nation, the scroll.
I can actually, no, it's okay. You can talk. I just wanted to make sure I could get into this pouch.
Yeah. Well, from what I know in the Water Nation, those scrolls are usually around 5, maybe 7 gold.
Oh, that's quite high. I just need a quick crash course. I can't do anything crazy right now.
I mean, if you want to crash course, we could. Well, if you find the time, you can just join us for training. I'm actually thinking about speaking to Luca and Duncan for some training, as during that fight, I didn't seem to be as useful.
I'm trying to learn lightning bending, so I need to know water bending.
You don't really understand the correlation, but he seems to think that that's what he needs to do. Rue?
Yeah, I just kind of shrug at that. Well, 5 gold, and I'll get to work on it during the night.
I'm sorry, how much? I didn't.
5 gold.
5.
Said 5, and he'll get to work on it during the night.
Hang on, let me just make sure I have. Let me just make sure I know where all the.
Also,
gold is.
somebody handed me a gold for some reason.
Hang on, where is it? Hang on.
Next, I need to purchase a wallet.
I have 3. Okay, hang on. Back. Right.
Oh, you,
What are you trying to do,
dealt
dude?
it. Whoops. There you
I
go.
was getting in
Yeah,
my.
you're dealing them to
was
people.
given
You're giving
again.
Yeah.
people gold.
You're
What the shit?
dealing.
Let me
Oh
get.
Good
God, I'm
job.
sorry. Oh God.
Here
You have given out all of your gold to everybody. Let me grab them for you.
Oh God, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, we get the fucking shit out. There you go. Here's one of your golds back.
All right. Well, the answer is yes. All right. Short term, the answer is yes.
All right, let me give you these, and then we can get 5 golds out of it.
Okay.
Hi.
I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Here are all the ones that you gave to people.
All right. Thank you.
If you're trying to get through something in a bag, just bring it out. Just drag it out if you want to.
There's another one over here.
Oh, where's it at?
By the tokens of us.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know how the hell I did that either.
There's an option that's called deal. It just deals it out to everybody around.
Okay.
There's 5 gold though if you want me to hand that over.
Yeah. Okay.
Here you go, Rue.
Cool.
You are
Yeah,
handed
sure.
5 golds. If you'd like to start working on things on the night, I can have you do a couple of rolls to see if you can write down some simple movements and things of that nature to give a bit of a crash course. As you guys have done that, mainly there wasn't really anything too gremlin about at them. They were just kind of trading money.
Yeah, this is pretty boring, all things considered.
Do the 3 of you want
Do you
to
have
go?
anything you want to add?
Do the 3 of you want to
No.
go anywhere else at this point?
I'll look at Melee and be like, so what's the deal with those 3? Because, he's going to be writing, so he can't deal with Duncan drama now.
If you mean Jen, he's just being Jen. Nuance
Oh, no,
probably
he's talking about Clem.
These 3.
He's talking about Clem, Prem, and Yuki because he put it over there.
Oh, well,
Well, before you guys talk, what are you gonna do, Akira?
Mhm.
Because I was asking where you guys were wanting to go, and if that's not going anywhere. Akira, where do you want to go after your conversation there?
Real quick, where's there to go? I'll just make it super fast. And I'll just
Anybody
pick.
here, if you want to go and talk with anybody, you can, or you can go to go ahead and start resting because you guys are. It is getting rather late, so if you guys want to
Okay.
go resting, you can as well.
I might want to go rest.
Akira, you'll start making your way off to go and rest as the others are collecting their information and things of that nature. You have just gotten him to agree to start making you a waterbending scroll. At the earliest, you'll see it tomorrow, but we'll see how his rolls go.
Okay.
With that being said, continue, Melee and Rue.
you're asking about those 3 over there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Yuki is the spiritual daughter somehow made into flesh or something. A lot of spirit world mumbo jumbo. But she's mute, daughter of the Ona, and a total sweet patootie, and she's mine, so don't touch her. She also belongs to Captain Lenoa mostly, but because Captain Lenoa is not here, she is mine by default.
How
Then we
many
have
people are yours?
several. Want to be one of them? No?
See,
Okay.
that's the
So
problem. See,
I'll take.
well, again, that's the problem. I don't like sharing.
Oh. You're not the first one who said that. Anywho, so we have Prim here. So we've got Prim. She's nice. You'll find that she's a little bit, for lack of a better word, dull, but she's working on it. Give her time and patience. And she's interested in Clem. But Clem seems to have been interested in somebody else at some point and was seeing somebody else, kind of, but not really. And never noticed that Prim had feelings for him because they don't really know about this really crucial thing between people that need to happen called communication. So it's a little bit of a weird soap opera, but not even one that's worth watching. One that you can kind of like, someone can give you like the Spark Notes about. It's pretty interesting.
What's
Soap
one of
theater.
those?
There you go.
Soap theater. So like one of those long drawn out dramas that like you go with your friends because you think it'll be funny and then it overstays its welcome by like an hour and a half. But they're nice. They're working on it. I don't know much else. Are you interested in anybody else? I can probably give you a quick little blurb on them. Just gotta get my cue cards out.
You know what? Sure, give me the lay down on all these people who I don't
God.
know.
Oh God.
Oh, this is gonna be okay. You gotta give me a minute. Okay, so
Give me all of the tea.
okay, so there's Hoka. He's cute. He's also from the Southern Water Tribe, but he's nice. And he came with Isha, and Isha's the one we mostly care about because she's great and she's useful and she's amazing and fluffy and cute and a good girl. Hoka came too. Hoka's more of a fringe benefit, but again, he's nice. So, and then we have Sue D, which we took her with us because Bossing Say was going to send her to Lake Laogai, and she didn't really seem to want that, even though everyone talks about how Lake Laogai is a really good place. But she's a ninja in training, and she looks at Ichibei kind of like a big brother, and it's kind of cute. She's nice.
Nice. Gotcha.
Then you have Lord Jian, and he's Nuon's uncle, and second, I think he's the older brother of the Fire Lord, but he doesn't have a family, so for some reason that means he can't inherit the throne.
Well, he gave up the throne.
Okay. He gave up the throne. He's okay. I like him more than the Fire Lord because he's kind of like the cool uncle that sneaks candy under the table.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he's cool. Then we have a bitch over there, and then we have Grandma.
I'm sorry, bitch.
Yeah, she's like Nuon's aunt, and we found her in the spirit world, and she was taken over by a dragon who put her up to a trial that she was doomed to fail. So I don't like her by proxy until she redeems herself in some way, and Nuon says she's cool again. Until then, she's okay. And then we have Grammy Oma. And then we have Grammy Oma. I don't know what's going on between her and Jin. It's very, very confusing, and I don't know if we should be looking at things that involve geriatrics. But you know what? She looks really good for her age. I don't know many people past the age of 300 that look as good as her.
She's 300.
Yeah, she doesn't look a day past 40. Point is, though, she's blind. She gets sick really easily. Like the moment we left Omashu, she got sick, and it was a very stressful time, and she almost died. But don't worry, we fixed it and got her all better.
Also, she's not blind; she just can see like Akira can.
And she's blind. She can kind of see like Akira, but that might as well be blind. She's nice.
She's not blind, but she can also see like Akira can.
She can also see like Akira, and she can see. She can also like look into your soul and unlock some hidden potential. She touched my head, and because of that, I never have to shave it if I ever become an airbending master, no matter how much they say I should.
Hidden potential, let's go.
Oh, okay.
So she's nice.
And she's nice. I'm not done yet, though. There's still like 1, 2.
There's a lot.
I think I found the interesting one.
Oh, okay.
You got this. I believe.
Yeah.
No, don't you want to go to Grammyoma? No,
I thought Smells
he's
gonna
like,
leave me there.
he's found the interesting one.
Okay.
He's done. He doesn't want any more cue cards.
Okay then. You guys head off toward there. Let's move off toward other
Mhm.
people first.
That's Duncan. He neglects me.
Sorry,
he,
what?
he neglects me until he's bored.
Anyway.
Wait, what does that even mean?
So
I'll tell you later,
Ichibe.
maybe. I don't know.
So Ichibe.
He's in the potty. One sec.
All right, so let's move on. So Jin,
Hi.
what you doing over here? You start making your way over toward Duncan as you see that Duncan goes over to Nuwan. Nuwan comes back. She seems in all right spirits. You can tell that she seems to have been yelling over the crowd. As you can see that she is slightly flustered. Like from there's a heat to her face. You can see that there is a slight bit of sweat coming down from whatever she did out there. And she seems again like to be in pretty high spirits. Jen, what are you doing?
Oh, I wasn't doing anything till now.
Yeah, it looked like you were just sitting over there.
It's a very comfy seat. You should try it sometime.
I mean, it's not like anyone's going to get on you for sitting there, right?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. Who owns this place again?
Apparently we do for now.
Sweet. Then yeah, I'm not going to bother me about it.
This is where they've set Nuwan up to speak with anyone come to their council, you had said? Starting tomorrow, anybody who wants to come speak to me can come in here at certain hours and try to see if I can help them with their problems in whatever way I can, which I don't really know what to do.
Solicitors. Awful people.
I don't really know what they want me to do, but when it comes to helping spirits, it's a lot easier. I can just ask why they're acting odd and go and fix things, but I'm not really sure what I can do whenever people come to ask me about things. I'm not a fantastic bender or anything. I'm not someone who can do too many miracles or anything like that. But I guess I can listen. I don't really know what else to do.
Keeping the people's spirits up is a difficult job, I'm sure. But I'm sure you did fine today, kid.
There was a lot of shaking.
Why were people shaking you?
As Ro just sort of like comes up from like where her sleeve kind of comes out from. People were moving through and shaking hands, and she was jumping and a bunch of other things going on. There was a bunch of ninja doing jumps and cartwheels and things. He looks back over toward Nuwan. Nuwan kind of looks away. I suppose that's it. Mm-hmm.
What did you do?
I mean, not a ton. But whenever I saw that there were a bunch of people doing jumps and things like that, and it looked like they weren't really hard, so I just did what Ichibe and Ryan did, and they showed me, and I was jumping around, and it was really fun.
Look at you enjoying yourself.
A lot of the people outside seemed to back away from her as well. It's almost as if they were showing her up. Or she was showing them up.
Were you showing up the ninjas, Nuwan?
Can they really be called that right now?
He puts a hand on each other. Look at you.
Didn't Ichibe's mom say they were just
proud.
acolytes or something?
I'm still so proud. Look at you showing up, ninjas. Don't belittle yourself by saying, I wasn't that impressive.
Well, it wasn't.
Take pride in all your
that
training.
impressive, but I feel like, I don't know, it just seems really easy to get people riled up. There was this one guy that looked like he started foaming at the mouth.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Yeah, I'm sure that'll happen sometimes. Yeah, it depends on how big.
Is it really just
Is it really just that I'm the avatar that gets people so excited?
Oh,
I just don't know what they expect of me, you know?
well, there's a lot of history showing the title of the Avatar, so people are. You can't expect what people think. They're crazy. But hey, they're happy. I suppose they're happy. Except that one guy. I'm not sure what's wrong with him. He might actually need to see a doctor.
And they apparently carried him off to the side. He looked fine.
Huh.
I think
But-
he got up.
And sometimes they don't. But hey, you did good out there. Look at you.
It seems as if at the moment people are going to be coming by tomorrow to look into things, and the people here of the Aikawa have said that they are going to protect Nuan. However, that is also my job, so I thought that I would offer that I could stay here and do whatever that she needs to do while she's here. Not to mention, with everything all of you have said, there is one thing I wanted to ask of you all as well. What do you plan to do with Nuan? All of you keep thinking you're going to go after the Lightning Bender, as well as going off and freeing the Earth Kingdom and everything else under the sun. What is Nuan going to be doing while that's happening? Is she going with you all back to Ba Sing Se? Is she staying here to cheer with the crowds? I don't believe that anyone really asked what is going to be happening there.
What kind of question is that? Of course, Noel will be coming with us.
Nod. From what everything seems to be going on, if they're going to be bringing a large number of people to come and see Nuan, don't you think that they're going to want a couple of days for that? When are you all going to be wanting to leave?
We haven't figured that part out.
Yeah,
Well, look, these
we
people
don't know even if we're going to be going there immediately or not.
These people have been waiting for a while to meet the Avatar. They could wait another week or two. I'm sure whatever problems they have can't be that pressing.
That's incredibly true, but the reason I bring it up is because once the Avatar is no longer here, after you've announced that the Avatar is here to the Dai Li, what do you think they're going to think? If they're anything like what you've already told me, they're going to know that you know that they're here. If Nuan leaves, they're going to do one thing or the other. What do you think they're going to do, Jin?
Send it back down the grapevine. Probably figure out what our plans are.
Either
Come
that...
after us.
Exactly.
Come after Nuan.
Once they don't know where she's at, they're going to be going after all of you. However, if they know that you're heading off to Ba Sing Se, then there's going to be more people. More people are going to know that you are coming there to go after the Earth King. What I suggest... I don't like this. I don't like this at all. No.
Hey, it's all right. It's all right, Nuan. There's no problem hearing him out.
What I suggest is to leave Nuan here while you go to the Earth King. See, I already told you it was stupid.
I'm inclined to agree.
If you leave Nuan here, then they'll think that all of you are still here and they're not going to come after Nuan. But they'll also not know that you're heading off to the Earth King. No one's going to know that you're going to go and free the Earth King. No grapevine, no calling out, no any more people being there than they should. It'll be safer for the Earth King if you go without Nuan. And it might even be safer for Nuan for them to think that you're here but they can't find you.
Don't take this the wrong way, Duncan. I think Nuan is safer with us than anywhere.
That's the point. If they think that you're still here, they're going to think that they can't touch her. Nuan is safest when they're with you, correct? But if they think that you're going back to Ba Sing Se, they're going to do everything in their power to stop you. We don't know exactly everything they can do, but apparently they're working with people in the desert now.
Yeah, I know. I know.
It's something to
And I'll
be.
take care of
It's
it.
something to think on. Just let everyone else know what I'm thinking. Again, you all make your own decisions. What I can tell you is that if you do go, there'll be plenty of people here to defend Nuon, including myself.
He just looks in the wand like,
If you want a better chance of getting the Earth King out from where he's at, I would take it. But that's just me. You've all done incredible things before. I'll go anywhere that Nuon goes.
well, I'll let them know. We'll talk about it.
That's all I wanted to bring up with Nuon, and since you're here, I thought I'd let you know as well. He looks over toward everyone. I'm going to go and feed the bison.
Yeah, thanks, Duncan.
I know that no one likes hearing thoughts of splitting up. I just feel like, since no one likes to hear them, they probably don't like to say it either. If I have to be the one to say it, then I will. Talk to you guys later. Have a good time. He gives a wave and starts making his way over toward the bison. He doesn't say it in any sort of like, asshole-ish way or anything like that. He's just like, no one wants to say it or to hear it, but someone has to.
I hate that he's right.
Is he?
No, I didn't want to say it.
I should be able to, I can help fight against the Dai Li. I can use my bending now.
I know. Listen, no one knows what you can do better than me. All right? We all know.
What if you need
We
to
can
break
trust
another
you to do
wall?
that. Well, it's not help. Look. Well, we'll figure it out. I've gotten stronger too. Maybe I can melt it. But look, we'll talk about it. I don't like it either. I really don't. But he has a point. And I hate that part of it.
She looks back out toward the crowd of people that are dispersing. People who are still kind of cheering over toward her. There is a lot of people out there. I'm not sure how long it'll take me to talk to them all.
No matter how good you get at it, it'll always feel like forever.
I'll think about it.
Yeah.
Where those tarts that those ladies were trying to give me? She starts looking around.
They can go get you. We'll get you those tarts. All right. Jin reaches around like he gives Nawan a hug.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be all right. I promise. No matter what happens. All right.
I'm not gonna throw a tantrum or anything.
No, I wasn't gonna say you were.
You see, as she says that, she kind of eyes over toward where her aunt and uncle are, like as if she was like repeating something potentially one of them had said.
But I'm not. But hey, if you were gonna throw a tantrum, I wouldn't hold it against you.
I'm not that. I'm fine. Well,
All
I'll
right
think about it. I'm fine.
It's okay to feel angry, Nawan.
I'm not angry.
Then what are you?
Confused. I don't want you guys to go off without me, but I don't want to do something stupid. And I don't want to leave everybody here either. Especially since this is probably the best they felt since the war started.
I can understand that.
Hmm.
It's a hard position trying to keep people happy, especially in times of distress.
Isn't this the Fire Lord's job? Come on.
Are you saying your father or uncle could do this better than you could?
Hell no! Look at them.
Well
They
then.
can't do anything.
You're absolutely right. He ruffles her hair. That's why you're good at it.
Hmm. Come on, Jim. Let's just go get something to eat.
But you said you were confused, not hungry.
I can be both.
You're right. I'm feeling kind of hungry too, after all that hard work defeating the big old Oni.
I didn't really
Good
get to
work with
do
your
anything. I hit him with a dagger once.
You had a very good form. I'm sure if the Fire Nation actually used proper architectural standards, that you could have used Earthbending too.
Can't believe they made all these things out of fucking wood. I know, right? They're firebenders.
Yeah, exactly.
Off in the corner. We don't use our feet aren't made of whatever. As you guys go off to potentially have something to eat before anybody turns in or anything, we're gonna go to Ichibe.
Okay.
Ichibe, you've made your way over toward Ryan as well as Ox, and looking over, you do see Sudi just sort of like listening in on their conversation as well off to the side. As you make your way over, what you planning to do, my dude?
What are they talking about?
He seems to be very confused looking as you are approaching, and she is just sort of like going around him as if she's again almost like circling him like a shark as she's like looking him over. As she circles around one time, she sees you there and sort of like kind of stands over where you are. Now what are we supposed to do?
Regarding your late friend's mask.
If he was killed by someone off in the Earth Kingdom, I think I know who it was. Well, not who killed him, but who we're missing. I doubt that any normal person could have killed him.
If it is the Dai Li, they do have members of their ranks who are even capable of bending objects people would find unbendable.
From what you've told me, they potentially can bend metal, right?
So we've heard.
They never showed anything like that whenever I was infiltrating and getting my mask back. But if that was the case, I could see someone being taken by surprise, especially the one with the black mask. He was a master of blades. One blade in particular, I don't see our friend having here, which means they probably still have it.
Does that upset you?
A bit. I mean, we weren't close or anything, but I don't like that. I'm fine with this man stealing the mask. It's something that at least shows some amount of skill. But keeping a trophy, I don't know if I like that. Especially if it's somebody of our order.
So you're not angry with him, but of the Dai Li that kept it.
The blade in particular. From what I remember, it was a sickle. The one of the Black Mask used to use it to, well, threaten, mostly. Anybody who would see him usually would end up dead, but those who did accidentally or fortunately escape him would always talk back about someone coming to harvest them, as if they were just a stalk or a grain.
I never heard about a guy with a sickle.
Currently,
Probably didn't.
if you're looking for any sort of lore that you might have known being in the Fire Nation, go ahead and roll me for your insight.
I'm not gonna use the inspiration for this. I don't need to.
Mhm.
Either I know or I don't. 7 + 2 is 9.
Let me check and see if you have any fleetings. You do not.
I don't think I do.
No.
I could fucking still lie and be like, so that one then. No, I'm just kidding.
You could.
Nah.
Again, I wasn't completely, well, I wasn't that knowledgeable of them. I wasn't close with him. But if they're trying to use any sort of blade as prestige, to those who don't even know what an Oni is, that blade could still invoke those sorts of stories. I don't like them having it. Who knows? Whenever we go over there, maybe I'll take it for myself. But where is it? Is it in Ba Sing Se, like my mask, or is it in the desert somewhere?
That may be hard to say, considering how they've split up the way the Dai Li has.
It could be back in Omashu, for all I know. Or maybe they brought it here. I don't know. Either way, if you do get the demon's permission to change the pact over to Jin, I guess I don't need this man. But while he holds an Oni's mask, I was trying to see if there was anything I could do to make him less bumbling. As she's like looking around him. I've gotten used to teaching. I taught you and Nuan and Sudi after all.
I have a flashback and there's just arrows, nothing but arrows. I've gotten used to teaching fucking cuts and scrapes.
Having said that, it makes me sound as if I've gone soft.
Do you think that's what we've done to you?
Well, I can't remember the last time I've killed someone. Yet I've been able to show my mask to so many people in the past couple of weeks.
Kill for your own sake or for the reasons that you've been bestowed upon?
Well, a little of A and a little of B.
Damn.
Don't you think it's interesting, Ichibei?
That being?
I'm supposed to be loyal to the Fire Lord, loyal to the Fire Nation, and yet, whenever he left, he did not ask me to join him.
He did seem quite comfortable with you making your own decisions. Or it could imply that, considering that his daughter is in our group, and he does not deem us strong enough to protect her.
I don't know anything normal that has ever come out of the Fire Lord's mouth, to be honest. He's been the way he is as long as I've been an Oni. Nuan's lineage came as a surprise to me, just as it did all of you. And yet, I do find it odd that he not only trusts all of you, but doesn't in the same breath, keeping someone like me around him. This man is not a fool. He knows more about the Oni than potentially even some of us. So it makes me wonder about the Oni, yes. I said the word.
No, he knows more about the Oni than potentially even some of us Oni.
Some of us
Well, yeah,
Oni. He knows more about the Oni than potentially even some of us. Which makes me wonder, who all is in the desert? And was it really a Dai Li that did this? And how much more do we need to prepare against something like that? If it was a metal bender, so be it. That probably means that the sickle has been destroyed, and our reaper of sorts, the one in the black mask, has been felled by his own blade. But if we were to think that someone actually defeated him in combat, she looks over towards you. What all can we expect of the others? Who will they decide at that point to fall in line with? A man who can kill Oni? Or, well, the lord of a nation none of them have really even found themselves aligned with. There were only 3 Oni who lived in the Fire Nation, and you've met all 3. The rest find their ways in other nations. What should we do, Ichibe? If we find out that those other Oni have betrayed us?
I suppose the first question is why.
So you'll have time for
You've
questions
mentioned.
then.
We did hear, but that is a different circumstance. And we did with your 2 siblings.
That's a good word for
A
it.
little before and a little after. No, when it comes down to it, you've already said it before. You align yourselves with whatever happens to the balance of power. If they find that their alliance is to a different balance of power, then their reasoning is for that. If not, maybe their own.
And even you know that, Ichibe. So what is that fool of a Fire Lord doing, sending me off? Doesn't he know that if the balance of power shifts, then I would make my way away from all of you and help them? Or does he think that I have a reason to stay? Does he also think that I've gone soft?
That I could not say. I did not know the Fire Lord that well, and nobody else does.
You know me pretty well.
I do.
What do
And
you
I
think?
can't say that.
What do you think will happen whenever I see that the balance of power has shifted, if it has? Ox is just over here like she stopped moving. I don't know what to do. No answer?
No, I was just thinking. It really does depend on, I guess, what becomes that biggest power. And at the end of the day, I look towards the rest of the room. This group of individuals have certainly proven themselves to be more trouble than, well, maybe even royalty of different factions have suspected. We fought an Earth King, and technically now we fought the Fire King at least once. Fire Lord at least.
So you're saying
Perhaps
that
it's...
you're where the balance of power lies?
Perhaps I'm saying it's up to Nuan to decide the balance of power. Was my original intent coming there, after all? to that neck of the woods to try and search for a girl who could someday become the savior to this nation.
We usually try to stay out of the Avatar's affairs, as I mentioned before. What's going to happen
if they
at
were,
the end of all of this?
But if they were to become that power that you are so desperately worried about,
I suppose she'll have to prove to me that she's more powerful than whatever it is that took out the Black Mask. Or we have to prove to the other Oni that our group is more powerful than whoever they wish to betray us for. Don't you think?
I think that may be doable enough. I am here.
As am
With
I.
that said, we have work to do here.
What's your opinion then?
On what? On whether or not she's gone soft? Is that she's still asking for that, or?
Yeah.
Oh. I think you're entitled to decide on whatever you wish to decide. For what it's worth, I think you're plenty strong still. If you're worried about losing your edge, I wouldn't really worry too much about that. You were told by your late master to try and pick up your own path, right?
Yes. Wherever that old fool is.
Apparently, waiting for the right time to talk to you. If I recall, the trees talking to us about.
Well, time better well hurry up then.
I suppose there's now a few reasons to go to sleep. To enter that world again. If not for your master, maybe this heirloom that is going to be passed down to me will give me an opportunity to talk to someone else.
Speaking of someone else, she motions behind you. She's been watching you for quite some time.
Was she just hiding behind like one of the tiny bison?
No, I think she's talking to my mom.
Yeah.
Talking about my mom. Yeah.
Oh.
That's fair. Understandable. We only talked briefly.
I will...
We can't.
I'll handle this ox. Maybe I'll have Sudi and Nuan help me. You figure out everything else, alright?
I'll take care of the information we need here then.
She
Hi,
steps
Mom.
past you. As she steps past you, you can tell that she seems to step close enough that that her little waft of hair that is by her the back of her head seems to drift very close to your face before she starts stepping around him again.
Yeah, okay. Whatever.
As she goes about making her way over there, she brings herself over towards Sudi, who's like, "Oh God," and then she just starts like talking with her as Ox is just like, "I haven't been told I can move."
Oh, I'm scared. You may help.
There's an Oni over there.
Oh my god, oh my god.
I'm stuck between two Onis. Someone help me.
There's a real Oni over there.
And some guy that keeps talking to them all nonchalantly.
As you make your way, as you make your way over here, we're gonna go with Luca.
No.
You made your way over here toward the cabbage merchant.
Yeah.
What can I do for you, Luca? There's a lot of information that's been given to me today. You see him like kind of like dabbing at his head with like a little napkin and just like going, "Oh."
Yeah, first and foremost, I am so sorry that you got dragged into all this.
Dragged into all of this. I feel like now, especially, how long has this been going on? Have I always been a part of this? I don't. Ah!
In a weird way, yeah. We just keep meeting in those circumstances, it seems.
Well, maybe that girl is maybe she's right about a couple of things. He looks over toward Mei Li as Mei Li is walking around.
About what?
Your friend seems to believe there's something called a cabbage god out there.
I cannot confirm nor deny.
And that she is some sort of a priestess for the cabbage god. And I'm telling you now, it's concerning, but maybe there is some sort of.
That's not true.
Maybe there is some sort of. I know there's. I'm pretty sure there's no cabbage god.
I'm pretty sure.
Decently sure there's no.
Okay, good.
But I'm not gonna mess with what she believes. But maybe you do have some sort of godly spirit or something watching over you in the Avatar. I don't know, but if that is the case, then perhaps a merchant is something that you need around you at some level, and I don't know. Maybe it has to be me. I don't know.
Actually, I do enjoy your company, so it's dangerous. So I don't know if you would want to come along.
Come along? On danger? No. That's not something I can do. But perhaps you tell me where it is you're heading. And I can decide whether I want to come with, or if I want to meet you somewhere, or be around. Try to see if there's anything I can do for you. I know that you're planning on going to the Southern Water Tribe at some point, and maybe heading there would be interesting. There's apparently a city that isn't completely ruled by pirates. Maybe I could make a couple of sales there, get some interesting goods that I could sell to you or to other people in the other nations.
Yes, but I'm not sure how you're going to get there safely.
Well, that's what I was saying. I mean, you would tell me whenever you're planning to go anywhere, and I could either meet you there, or you could take me there, or anything like that. Whatever it is out there that seems to be messing around with all of you. If there's something that I can do to help the Avatar, I'm not a brave man, but I am someone who knows their products. I'm someone who knows their prices. I'm someone who knows when someone is swindling. I can at least promise all of you that I can be a fair merchant in times you would need one.
Thank you. That actually means a lot.
Oh, jeez. He's like just sort of like wipes his brow again, like, oh.
Right. Before I forget, I actually have something for you. I've been meaning to give this to you the next time that I meet you. I don't know. I found it. I think you would like it. Here.
You hand the golden cabbage statue to the cabbage merchant. I wonder who the NPC that would most want to have this is.
I wonder. It's not him. No kidding.
It's not him. You get out of here. It's Mei Li. She is the cabbage priestess, after all.
Yes, of course.
But as you bring the golden cabbage statue out, he looks to it. He goes, "Where did you get this?"
Found it.
Found it? This is beautiful. He takes it in his hands. He drops the napkin. He just starts looking. The detail is exquisite. This is a very nice statuette of a prized cabbage. It seems very much. You see the leaves here. You see the leaves. They're beautiful. They're absolutely. How much?
Oh no, I'm just giving it to you.
Giving. You're giving me this. You're giving me this. Are you sure?
I don't have a need for it, and I thought you would like it, so.
Well, I'm speechless. I'm completely. I accept. He like looks at you. I accept. Thank you very much.
It's good to know you like it.
I'll tell you what.
Hmm?
We're here in this city. I came here for a reason. I came here to first off to meet with the nobles up here, which are not happening. Most of them are dead. And also to trade in the city. I'm going to go off into the city tomorrow. I know that I have a nice place to stay here. I can come here every now and then. I'm going to head off to the city in tomorrow, and I'll be there for a while. And if you see me there, or if I come here and you see anything that I have gained throughout my endeavors, you can have it. Any one thing.
Wow. Thank you.
And this doesn't expire. Any one thing. Anytime you see me, it could be when we're both 90. You look at him, he's already kind of graying, and you're like, oh no.
It would be nice to see you again in that long.
Well, any one thing, anything, completely on the house. Next thing you find out, it's like, I found the deed to the city. I'll take it.
Deed of the city.
$5 you said, right? $5 you say.
I'll take it. No. As he looks at it, he looks back to you. I'm going to go find a wonderful place for this on my cart.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you again, Luca.
It was my pleasure. There you go. Hey, happy to yours.
He's like literally skipping away with this in his hands.
Aww.
You see him
We dragged him in a lot.
You see him turn a corner. He trips. You hear a smashing. My cabin. No, I'm playing.
You never got your break.
I get the cosmic joke now.
Yes, Luca. Do you have anywhere else you'd like to go? You'd like to be?
I am concerned that they're heading this direction, so I shall follow.
So at this point, the three of you head over toward the noblest people of nobly peoples in the room. As you guys do, Meili and Rue, you guys would get there a bit earlier than the others. You would see that after a minute, there is as you guys are walking, there is a bit of a storm off. You're not sure if it's a storm or if it's a slightly like you don't really know, because she doesn't really show emotion very well on her face, but she does seem to make her way briskly off away from the group before you guys show up, as she was talking with Gian. As you guys look at Gian, he seems to be a bit red in the face as she marches off, and you just see Ona just sort of standing there like, oh. All right then. But Rue and Meili, as you guys make your way over here, what do you guys want to do? You guys see a red in the face Lord Gian and a just sort of, all right, Ona.
She just holds her hand out to stop Rue from progressing forward.
1 second.
Okay.
Uncle's mad. Uncle!
Oh, great. Hello, Meili.
Everything okay? You look like a berry.
A bear.
You're all red in the face.
You are red in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, very red.
I am fine.
Did that bitch make you mad?
You know, I'll let you get away with that. She is infuriating.
Oh? What'd she do? How'd you pull your leg this time?
Well, it's not pulling my leg. She seems to think that she can do whatever she wishes, even though she's not been shown to be in any way connected to our family yet, as well as she's been known to, at this point, be dead, and she thinks that she can overturn any thoughts or any things being done here in the city. She thinks that we should just go and do whatever it is we wish, which means we risk many different things that, again, Ichibe's mother so graciously has explained to all of you that if we are to just march people out of our cities, that we would most likely have to deal with whoever is in charge in the Earth Kingdom right now, which currently, from what you've told me, is not the right people.
Yep.
So, she's saying that we should use Nuan's authority as the Avatar to mitigate this, make it to where she is the one to make this decision and not the Fire Nation, not giving any grounds to the Fire Nation to be invaded by the Earth King.
Oh, so she wants to orchestrate a diplomatic nightmare.
She wants to do exactly what me and my brother do not want to do, which is the fact that Nuan is the Avatar, but she is also a member of the Fire Nation, a royal of the Fire Nation. She thinks that it would be basically in our best interest to use whatever it is we can to get what we want. If we can get Nuan to deal with the Dai Li or deal with the Earth Kingdom in general, using her own power as the Avatar, we can drive those away from our shores that are down in the south of the Fire Nation, which is basically going to go against every plan that we've already planned off in the capital. Not to mention your all plans that you have behind my back, which I don't know the full details of.
What?
I already know that you all plan to do something, I just don't know what it is.
What? Okay, maybe we do. And if we do, man, even I probably don't know, or I forgot. My brain's all over the place.
It's fine. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's a lot less asinine than that.
Probably. But here's the thing. It seems like this plan of hers doesn't seem to consider the fact that Nuan could just, not do what she says.
That's the point. That's what I keep trying to let her know. Nuan is not someone that we can just tell to do what we want.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't think that Nuan would have a problem with it. I think that Nuan hates both of us right now, and she'd have a problem with anything we bring up to her.
I'll tell you right now, if she's the one that tells Nuan to do it, she is going to steadfastly refuse and not budge.
We're just wasting time at this point, and I try to tell her these things, but she's just not... She's very hard to crack. It feels
Stubborn?
as if... Yes, stubborn is a good way to put it. It feels as if nothing bothers her. She just goes, well this, or well that. I've never met a more grueling person to speak with and debate with, and honestly, it makes me wonder if she is right to be the Fire Lord. Honestly, with the kind of debating skills she does have, the kind of not showing any emotion that she does seem to have a gift for, perhaps she would be the one best sitting on the throne.
Are you sure about that?
I would much prefer it would be Nuan.
Yeah, I thought as much, but I mean, just in general, if we completely remove Nuan from the occasion, are you sure that you want a Fire Lord that, while having a good poker face is one thing, is so emotional, unfeeling, and detached that they can't relate to their people?
The only other option we have is myself or my brother, and neither of us can do it. Not anymore. I don't know about my brother, but seeing how he's acted these last several years, I doubt that he's going to change his mind anytime soon, and I cannot find myself to try to create a family again. So around this time, Luca, you would also approach with the others.
Oh yeah, it's this topic. Huh? No kidding.
I just, you would have saw them going over, so I wanted to get you involved before sooner or later.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you mean not be able to start a family again?
Can't move on.
You have not been here very often. I don't really... Hello, my name is Lord Xion. I am the brother of the Fire Lord, and me and the Fire Lord both have lost our families to great tragedy.
And I'm pretty sure your family would want you to move on.
They would. They definitely would. I just
Which
don't
is
know if
why
I am wanting to move on. I can't promise
Well-
that any person that I bring into this world, I can't promise that I can give them as much as I gave my own family. And I can't promise that I can give them as much as I've given Nuan. I
Yep.
don't know how... I don't know how I would be if I were to start a new family again. I don't think that I can give whoever I find or whoever is made from such a union the amount
Sire,
of
the word
love
is
that
sire.
I've given my own family.
I mean,
So
actually, no. What were you gonna say? It might be smarter.
cool. So I've literally just met you, and you seem like the most compassionate dude I've ever met. So I think yeah, you can.
I almost led a rebellion against my brother.
Okay,
and almost killed a lot of people.
How about let's word it this way? Now, maybe it's because I'm so nosy. So nosy.
You are.
So nosy.
You really are.
Really nosy. So now, back then, some of the older girls that had like families and all that other stuff, they always told me that you never really know if you'll ever be a good parent until you become a parent. That's one of those things that you don't know until you become one. Does that mean you act recklessly? Absolutely not. You think about it and you plan it because no one wants an unwanted child. No one wants to be there because that's the proper word. But the point I'm trying to say is you will never know if you could possibly give anything that comes from your loins proper love and tender affection until you give it a chance. You can start with like a dog or something.
Also, when's the last time you tried to pick up a chick?
Never.
Yeah,
I
so
think that's the problem.
It's just been a long time since you've been in the game. 'Cause so
just,
it's so
you just see Lord Gian as he gets surrounded by these two. You just see him look over
Mhm.
melee towards you, Luca. just a look of on his face.
Come on, you haven't. You just get. Okay, I get it. Losing the
God.
game is hard, and it might seem like
I'm
you
gonna
can
mouth
never
a
play.
sorry real quick.
Losing the game is hard, but it doesn't mean it's over.
Exactly.
Stick a gold in there and try again. And it
let's
might
try
be
again.
harder because the level cap goes up a little bit. But when you start succeeding in those jumping those hoops and hitting those goal lines, you're like, damn, why did I stop playing, you know?
As he looks to Luca, gets a sorry, he looks over to Ona. He looks over to Oma, and she's just like, "I'm fine with this. I'm completely for this." Go spread.
I put my hand over. I put my arm over his shoulder. Listen, Logian, you have to try before you fail. So let's try again.
Counting yourself out when you have just as much running.
See, how about we go for a trial run?
If there is ever a person that brings themselves to me, or that I see a chance of a union being beneficial for myself, for them, for the Fire Nation, I will promise that I will not pass it up.
See,
how about that?
That's not enough. How about we just try walking for a bit? Come on.
Okay, no, first off, we have to make sure how old the wound is. How long has it been?
He just is looking to you guys.
Listen, I lost my parents, so you know.
I don't even
it's
have
unfortunate.
I'm not taking you in as my son.
I don't even have parents, Uncle.
I'm not taking you in as my daughter.
I mean, it's okay.
I'm just saying, loss happens to anyone.
I have
Come on, Luca, you agree, right?
Looks over to Luca. Yes, Luca, what is it?
Okay, well, it doesn't help with the topic, but I have a different question. When you mention making another family, would you love them any less?
That's what I'm worried about. I don't know how I would feel with another family. I don't know if I would be able to give up how I feel already about the one previous, and we've already seen what I would do if given the chance. I would.
We said this before. You don't have to give up those old feelings.
Luke is right.
Besides, you just
It's
said
not
that
about replacing or any of that.
Besides, you just said you weren't sure you'd be able to love new family. But, like, look at you and Nuan.
Nuan is
It wasn't that long ago you were completely denying her wholeheartedly. As soon as the truth came out, I'd say you were more of a doting father than her actual father.
Luca. That being brought up, as you remember exactly why that is. Whenever you were over there, you had learned that after he had lost his family, he did dote on Nuan a lot when Nuan was a baby.
He did. He definitely did.
He was an extremely doting person on Nuan, which means, maybe if some other like child or something came into his life, he would probably be the same way. Who knows?
If something else came from your loins.
They're right,
You know what? I have an idea. Excuse me. You guys keep talking to him.
Oh, there he goes.
Okay. I'm
Not
sorry, I
done
don't know
yet.
him very well. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, no.
Hi, Miss Prim.
We're not done yet, Uncle.
Okay.
Don't worry. Wait, I have a wonderful idea.
What is it?
First off, how old are you? I just don't want to. Yes.
What is it?
Could I borrow you for a moment?
She looks over at Clem, looks back to you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just over here. Thank you. I think two people need to get to know each other, and I think also there's an opportunity for growth.
Oh my
Seeing what you like, what you dislike,
What are you doing?
First off, how old are you? We just don't want to lowball or highball too much,
He tells you a number, which is less old than Jin, but old
Oh,
enough.
wow. Oh, wow. You have so many more years left of you. You've still got that virility and vitality. It shouldn't be wasted.
I
As
believe
young.
they are trying to set you up, is the word.
There are so many fish in the sea. I just need the right rod, if you know what I mean.
We're currently at war with the sea. I'd rather not.
That's why you need to ensnare the right fish.
Hey, now there's another C. Okay.
I'm so sad. I'm all the way on the other side of the room for this.
She's like, what the fuck am I doing?
As Rue brings Prim over, you be like, hey, this is Prim. And it's like, I know, I've traveled with her.
Not only is she a dutiful guard and a wonderful masseuse, able to melt away stress with the touch of her fingers, but she is also, like you, boring.
You can melt away stress with a touch of your fingers. Mm-hmm. You're right. I should spend some time with Prim.
Oh
Who
my
knows-
god, Rue!
Who
Oh my God,
knows
Rue,
what
we
could
did it.
happen if we spent time together? What are your rates for your masseuse ability?
Do you have complimentary sake?
You know what her rates are? A fanciful dinner and good wine.
I just want
And maybe your messenger hawk coordinates.
Listen, Xion, just go with it.
Just go with it. Let the payment be the quality time you spend getting to know one another.
You don't have to go
you are
with it.
really stressed out. Come on. She just grabs his hand. Come on.
You know, Noan, I don't know why, but I feel like I have a migraine coming on. I don't know
Yes.
where it came from.
Oh my
Okay.
god, Rue. Rue, we will save the Fire Nation.
Both of my dads are dead. I need a massage.
This is absolutely hilarious.
This is how
I can't wait.
we will
I
save
can't wait to tell Gold.
This is how we will save No, guys, guys, understand. This is how we save the Fire Nation. One sibling is too neurotic to rule. One is too sociopathic. So the one that's just right just needs a pair. Because the only thing stopping him is the fact that he doesn't want to brood with anybody. It's so simple. Just hook him up with someone and let him give it a chance. I don't know why I didn't think about this sooner. My God, I'm a genius. Rue, and I have you to thank.
You know, do you have a spare wallet?
Spare wallet?
You
I don't
can
know
use
if I-
that to thank me.
Hold on, let me see. Do I have a spare wallet? 1 second. I think
Is this what
actually
Jin
do.
deals with all the time he's not around me, man?
As they are talking about wallets and such, Luca, you have came over here. The situation seems to have resolved itself somehow.
For the record, this was your two's idea.
Oh
No.
yeah, and that's why we will Rue and I will take wholeheartedly all the credit when we save the Fire Nation and bring the ruling family into a new age of prosperity and dignity.
I am so
Oh
happy
God, I
with
feel
all
so
of this.
sorry for Gian.
This is
It's gonna
the-
be
this is
great,
the
okay?
greatest
He's
thing.
gonna be thanking me. And Rue.
Uh-huh.
I can't wait for my
Listen.
noble title. I can't wait for my Fire Lord noble title, my Fire Nation noble title. I don't even need it, but I'm gonna have it.
Even if he doesn't get with her, he'll have a massage. Because
Just
he's
ru-
stressed. You saw how
just
stressed he
rushing.
was.
Just rushing away.
Yeah.
Come on, Luca. Hands over shoulder.
Come on, you know he deserves a second chance at happiness. We just helped him get a little bit closer to it.
Yeah,
you
but
saying
it
that's
felt
a
kind
bad?
of forced.
Yeah,
As-
sometimes you
these
have to push
things need
really hard.
time.
As you guys wait here, you guys notice that a couple of other people come to join you. As you guys see Yuki and Clem make their way over, as Clem just seems to be looking off in a direction, and he just looks back to you guys. Do you guys know where Prim's heading off to?
She's with the.
Oh, now you made him sad.
To a better life.
She's currently with Xion.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I saw that. I was just wanting. Don't worry about it. Never mind. I'm gonna go and get something.
Okay, yeah, have fun with that. God, what an asshole.
As he leaves Yuki in your guys' care.
By the way, just so I can just get this out of the way, Luca, Yuki, are the two of you related? Because is
In a
No.
way,
Nod,
now, yeah.
Nod.
Yeah, actually.
okay. Okay, even the blue eyes, huh?
Okay, not really the.
Nod.
Within the
Okay.
month flows the blood of the Ona. Also, here, I did have a second bag. You can have half my money, too.
That's Melee, that's too
You
much.
can have
I will
my
take
money.
this
You haven't
without
even looked in the
question,
bag.
This is too much. I will take it without question.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I'll take it without question. I just heard this is too much.
I can always just jiggle. I can just, use my assets a little bit and probably double it in a day.
Is a gold.
Oh, thank you. I'm already getting my money back. Whoa.
As you guys,
It's fine, it's the Curus.
as you guys go over what just happened with Yuki, because she seems very, 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 very into figuring out what the hell just happened. Ichibe, let's get this over here. You made your way over toward your mother. You hear off in the distance, a little bit away from you, just Jin laughing hysterically about something.
Absolutely. Yeah. You just hear it echoing in the fucking building. Hysteric laughter.
As Ichibe, you make your way over to your mother, who seems to be waiting for you.
It's quite the fucking date you guys just fucking pulled off. Holy shit.
Yeah, we did.
We're natural matchmakers.
Now there's two of them.
We should charge and make this a fluttering business. Flourishing. Not fluttering.
Fluttering like your bird in air.
We should call them the wings of...
Anyway.
Yeah. The wings of
So Ichibe, you make your way over to your mother.
After hearing that, I'll look over to where Jin is. I'll look back at her. I'll smile.
Your friends are
It
lively.
seems my friends. Yeah. It seems my friends are having fun. That's good. They should be having fun after a long day.
I'm surprised. You usually didn't have a lot of friends growing up. At least enough that you were to, at least those that you would bring to show me and your father.
I can't say it was without trying. And I'm sure that I still had some comrades at work, but
I suppose our way of life did make it a little bit hard for things like that to flourish. You
I
didn't
do
find
not
it
think it
hard,
affects
did
me
you?
now. To what?
Growing up isolated. Being a bit more out in the forefront lately, I've been realizing how nice it is. I think I've been getting accustomed to having this power pretty well, but even just being able to go and talk with people out in the square seems rather nice. And look at you, with all these friends.
They are quite a handful.
Apparently
But they
a
are
special
very
friend as
accepting.
well.
Pardon me?
Apparently a special friend as well.
She looking over at Ryan, or
She's looking
still
straight
in
at you. She's not looking at Ryan or anything. You think your
I'm just-
mother will let know what she thinks from any sort of expression? She's a ninja.
Ho ho ho. Ha. I would like to think so. I don't know, actually.
I guess I lose the bet.
Who are you betting with?
Your father.
I wouldn't find somebody.
He said that you would return with somebody. I knew you would eventually find somebody. I just didn't know when. He said you would come back with one.
You know, you technically still would have lost if you came back with the Avatar. Unless you're implying something.
Unless you and the Avatar have a thing going on, I don't think that was part of the bet.
Fair enough. It's hard to read her sometimes, but I do think she is nice.
That's good to know. An Oni. That's pretty interesting. I always knew that they were real, obviously. You can't be in our business without knowing that certain things go about in very strange ways. I'm just surprised how normal she is.
She was asking me earlier if I think she's gone soft.
Do you think
the
she
appropriate
has?
Perhaps she's grown open to the idea of expanding upon just her duties as an Oni.
Perhaps she's like
I
you.
don't think that means you've gone soft.
She might have been living a very similar life, you think? Being a bit isolated like the two of us, and now being open up to even more people coming around her?
Well, considering she's ran a double life running a tea shop, I don't really know. You have to be
Oh, she
social
makes
enough to be
tea.
able to run that type of stuff.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'll have to ask her to make us some.
Be careful what you wish for. That being said, when she's not trying to poison you, she does very, very well.
Poison? Well, that sounds like a challenge.
Our first encounter, she attempted to try and poison me because she thought that I was somebody who could potentially be after her. She
I see
was
you're still
equally
around.
concerned. Yeah. I think I still have my taste buds, but yes.
You walk differently as well. You seem to have learned a lot since you were gone.
There's a lot of different people in my group. A lot of different personalities to learn from.
I could
They
tell
all
whenever
carry
you...
something to learn about.
I could tell whenever you came in. Before, it was easy to at least see some weakness in your walking. Now, I'm not sure I could take you. I'm not even sure I could leave a scar. I don't need to see you moving as quick as you can. I just need to see what you did to that man over there. You're faster. More accurate. Much more than what I remember seeing you as before you left. Before I could think that I could easily handle you.
Thanks, Mom.
It's just the truth. But now, you've taken all our teachings and then some. You've got an actual world experience. And I'm guessing that her and the Avatar and your friends all had some sort of an influence on it.
It goes without saying, yes. I'd like to think I've left my own influence on them as well. Maybe not as harshly, but... at the very least, I believe the Avatar has a better understanding of self-defense.
You don't think I didn't notice, did you? You've been teaching her as well. That technique with her firing knives. The way she held the hilt. I can see a lot of what you used to be.
She had only recently regained her powers as the Avatar. Before, it was very difficult for her to bend. I assumed that it would be better than nothing, and it seems I was right.
It was quite entertaining to see.
We all help each other out here. We all have our reasons for being here. At the same time, I feel like we've all grown to each other in a way that makes it a bit more... family.
Well, speaking of family, I did want to give you something. I think that you might like it, though I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly how you'll feel of it, especially after everything. Today has probably been a lot of news that still needs to be thought of for both of us, but I wanted to make sure that you had this. You see her reach into her jacket, and she pulls out what appears to be a rather thick-looking case. Doesn't look like it holds any kind of knife or any other sort of like blade or anything you've ever seen. But she hands it over to you. I think that you'll find use. I don't know if you'll ever really get used to it, but perhaps you'll figure out more things than even he would know with those new skills of yours. He loved this thing, though he never found a practical way to use it.
He thought it was really fucking cool, though.
Oh, he thought it was amazing. You should have seen him flailing around with it, though it again never really seemed to be practical for him. I think that he always wanted to hand it off to you to see if you could figure out something better.
What is it?
You want to open the box?
I'll open the box.
You open the box to find what appears to be a single, simple-looking kunai. Though, attached to the kunai, you see a very, very long chain. At the very end, there seems to be a weight on the end of the chain with a spike in it. As you take it out, you see that the chain itself seems to somewhat extend slightly as you pull it out from it. The chain itself is very long, to a point where you could probably throw the knife on it quite far, or even trade out the knife on the edge of this thing for any regular knife that you might have.
looking at it, the chain seems like it's very well made, and there are little tiny grip areas along different parts of the chains for probably swinging purposes. You find what appears to be a kunai with chain.
Huh. How about that shit?
Again, it was rather, well, foolish to watch him swinging it around a lot, but that seemed like when he was the most happy. Whenever he was learning something
Playing
new.
with this funny chain.
Whenever he was trying to learn something new. I don't know if it would ever have actually been deadly, but he seemed to think so. And whenever he's that sure, I can't help but believe him, you know?
Believe it.
I can't help but believe it!
That was fucking Naruto.
You're the one that fucking brought it up.
In the village hidden in the reef.
I told you bitches I'd get City Ninja. I'm playing.
You little fuck.
No, I'm playing.
You play this like a damn fiddle.
You're right. I can't say I've ever used anything like this, but
You don't have to. I just thought it'd
There's
be
no
something you'd
harm.
like to have.
it's fine. I can see myself finding use for this.
It seems like the thing on the end seems to be like a bit of a weight of sorts for it. Swinging one side around, keeping the other counterweight, things of that nature. Whenever I saw him using it, he was not only using his hands, but his shoulders, his body, to swing it around as quickly as he could.
Almost as if he was bending.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
No, I think this is usable. It will take some time, but there's definitely practicality. Thank you.
He would have wanted you to have it.
Is there a site where you've buried him?
You see her look over toward the main area of the place here, over where the throne, quote unquote, would be, before looking back over toward you. Back at our house, there's an urn that I'm keeping. You can see him there.
I would like that. I don't know if this has any merit. I will certainly keep my eyes open. But the Avatar opens a path to more than just the physical world. I look back at Ryan. I have already promised her that I would eventually let her and her master reunite briefly. And I don't know when, but perhaps this would give me an opportunity.
You're saying you'll go and see him.
I don't know. The spirit world is not something I know much of, but it seems to me that if you're looking for someone, eventually that time may come.
As you look to her and you say that, she's been keeping the same kind of confident demeanor about herself the entire time. Again, not really giving any way of like knowing what she was saying. She never looked over at Ryan when she was talking about things. She never did anything like that. But you do notice that when you bring that up, you see her eyes open a bit more and you do see that there is she slightly turns away from you for a second without anything, kind of staring off toward the entryway. Would you look at that?
Hmm?
Nothing. It's seems like the crowds are dispersing.
And it's getting to be that time.
I never heard that the Avatar could do something like that.
I don't think anybody, unless they were in the proximity of the previous Avatar, would have been known to that information. Not that I've seen the previous Avatar. Apparently, he's kept himself shut up in a way that not even Naiwan can find.
Yeah.
There's questions from each of us that we have for him.
And if you could
Stuff
get those
I'd like to-
questions, you see her look back to you. You, as you do, you see a slight redness at the bottom of her eyes, as if again she had turned away to kind of hide that. But as she looks back, if you could get those answers, then
That isn't the reason why I brought up Dad. And seeing him again, that was not the reason.
no, I mean, if you could get answers that you seek, do you think that it would be possible to bring someone else inside?
What?
If you could get answers you seek about the previous Avatar, then do you think that the Avatar would allow someone else to accompany you to see him?
Oh, ma'am.
Never mind, sorry.
I'll go and give her a hug.
You bring her into a hug.
Yeah.
What's this?
Don't think you don't deserve the right. I don't exactly know how this stuff works, but in the times that we've done it, it seems that so long as we are all within the same proximity and fall asleep, that then brings us to another place for that time.
But if the answers to your questions would lead you somewhere that you don't like, then would you still...
It's okay. I don't really know what to expect from those answers. But I know that at the end of the day, it very well could help the rest of my group. Whether or not it helps me, just happens to be a bonus at this point.
And you feel like, again, the return of the hug for a moment as she looks to you. And if you would learn something that would be shocking, then you would...
I was going to leave this for another time, but it seems that you're starting to get tense. I am already aware.
You're already aware of that? Of, sorry, of, mm, you
Do
know.
you see that lady over there? I'm pointing at the Oma.
Yep. Yeah. Ah!
Hi.
Jin's still just on the floor laughing.
Yes.
Nuance like looking around like, Jin, you're embarrassing me. I'm playing. Dad, you're embarrassing me.
Oh, you're not finding this as funny as I am. That's the stupidest shit they pulled yet.
Anyway.
She is Amashu's best kept secret. One capable of looking into a person more spiritually than, well, at one point even the previous avatar. She connected the dots. And that's when I learned.
Well, I didn't expect you to find out from someone else.
I suppose traveling to find the Avatar will lead you to many other times where you meet with people who have experience with the Avatar.
You're not upset?
I have questions, to be sure. But at the end of the day, it was you two that raised me. I've had a great life. And in the past year and a half, I've seen many things. Done a lot more than just helped shipments get from one place to another. I have no grudges with you. The way I see it, you two did a lot for me, and I appreciate the both of you. I wasn't gonna bring this up after Father's passing. I was going to give it some time, but if it puts your mind at ease, the only questions I have are more about the Avatar. Should I be blood-related or not, this might give more closure to the rest of this group.
I have any answers you seek. Anything. What? I have any answers that you seek.
Oh shit, finally.
Could you come with me?
Let's go to the secret room and learn the secrets.
I feel like there's still something that you probably need to know.
All right, let's go.
The two of you make your way out, leaving everyone behind you. As you do, you find yourselves heading off toward the main home, the main area of this place, and stepping through the threshold. She does bring you further in, twisting and turning throughout the different areas of this place, showing you the different rooms of different places here. She lets you know that obviously the others were given that noble home, but obviously this home is completely yours if you would ever wish to come here. Until she brings you to a room that has, like she said, a bit of an urn inside of it, with what appears to be a rather large portrait of your father behind it.
Oh boy.
As she shows this to you, she brings it over through to you before you look to it and notice that she steps away. You follow her as she steps away, but she does go off to the side of the room as you return to looking at the urn in front of you, which again is very surreal, especially knowing what's inside.
She would then return to you after a little bit of time. She would have a small box in her hands. There is one last thing. Any questions that you have, you deserve the answers to. Especially as to why we couldn't do what he asked us to do with you.
Wait, what?
She opens up the box,
Okay.
and as you look inside, you see what appears to be 2 broken black rings inside. As you look to them, she looks off to you. We couldn't do it. Not to you. As I think that's where we're going to be ending things off for the night.
God damn.
Are you implying that you were gonna turn me into a black ring or fucking off
Oh.
me? Wait a second.
Huh. Hmm.
Wait a second.
Oh fuck, dude.
Mom, was real dad trying to kill me? Wait a sec.
Oh man.
What?
Oh,
I mean, if they
man.
did know him, it would make sense that they were former black rings, sure, but like,
I guess
what are
we'll
you gonna
find
do?
out next
Put one of those
Wednesday.
on my fucking pinky, my little baby pinky? It won't fit.
We'll have to see what that means, man.
Why does this shit keep happening?
Because you're fucking cursed.
Oh man. There a lot of things happened today. You guys got to learn quite a bit. You guys got to plan quite a bit. We got to see Rue interact with a lot of people, including the Rue melee gremlin combo going on, trying to get
the fucking
trying to get
Goblin
Lord G
Squad.
trying to get Lord Gion laid.
Oh, you succeeded. Kind of, I think.
Had some
A massage is kind of like sex.
had some super cute gin talks, as well as some potential talks about, like, you know, the best thing to do while you guys are gone with Duncan. We have Akira learning more about some potential sunbender action, as well as trying to learn more waterbending techniques, going through some things. We have Luca trying to break up some things over here that are happening, but also being able to not only utilize octopus style, but also try to go forward with some cabbage merchant action here, trying to get that little seed
Heck yeah.
like push through, giving him that golden cabbage statue.
I thought you were gonna say golden cack for a second there. I was gonna be really happy.
Golden cack.
Golden cack.
And everything that has to do with Ichiban. I'm glad we're in the kind of thing here to learn the last like little big stuff as an Ichiban boy over here.
we had a are we a thing moment, and I'm kind of happy. I'm okay if we're a thing. I'm glad with that. And hi mom, so I know about dad.
Your mom's just like, hey, yo, so if I tell you things, can you take me to see your dad? Do you think that'd be good? You think you can do that? Also, if I tell you things, are you gonna be mad because I'm not your real mom? She's gonna hate
she was
me.
so concerned. I thought she picked up a lot of the subtlety bullshit from Mei Li being like, "Hi, mom." Oh no. Anna's just grabbing some more food right now. She's cleaning some stuff up,
She
so
picked
she
up
can't hear me
nothing of
talking
that.
about.
She's like, oh well, she's saying mom, so I guess like, I guess you're dating multiple girls. I don't know.
Maybe it's just fucking, just like that.
I guess you're dating multiple girls. I guess you are my son after all.
No, Jesus, what?
Boy.
Mom, were you dating multiple boys at your age?
A son of mine will obviously be getting the greatest genes, which I totally gave you.
Taught him well. So confused.
I taught him how to tie that ponytail like all the ladies like.
Oh god, I didn't mean to give her an anxiety attack. That's the whole reason why I was gonna leave it be for a couple days. But then she was like, oh fuck. Oh god, no, he's gonna know. And I'm like, I already know.
Oh, okay.
She's like, oh, okay. Damn, dude. This could imply one of two things, and I'm gonna I was gonna say I'm gonna assume that it was not to kill me and to turn me into a black ring, but then why the fuck wouldn't you like the Avatar tell me that? Why does my fucking half brother need to know, but I can't? Is there a fucking like gladiator bullshit thing going on? There can only be one? There can only be one son of the Avatar? Where's my dead mom? Who's she?
Who dat?
You're gonna tell me a lot, Mom, about dad, and mom.
About dad, and mom.
What the
fun.
flinging fuck?
This is fun.
Yo, it's either I was supposed to be raised a black ring or I was supposed to be fucking off, one of the two. And if I was supposed to be off, then why the fuck did that airbender get picked up? That airbender baby get picked up and during genocide? What the fuck was that about, Dad? Why'd you save a blind guy and help a Water Nation tribe member? But no, your son has to fucking die. Did you have an affair? Was I a part of an affair? Wait a second. Is that it?
There are so many things that could be said, man. Who's
what
to
the
say?
fuck?
Who's to say what?
We're not gonna have Avatar for like 3 weeks.
Says who?
You left it on that?
Oh no.
You should have just opened up the case and been like, in the case is a to be continued sign. Oh fuck.
Look at you.
Are we actually not having Avatar for 3 weeks?
It's probably not 3 weeks. I think it's a week or so.
Looking back, I know that Nightshade is having problems with certain days, right?
Yeah. I think
days?
I'm still okay. I don't know. It's hard to say. Black Friday will be interesting.
Yeah, where is the day?
Look, clearly he wanted a kid who could bend. I don't think my half brother could bend.
Is that really your half brother though?
I'm almost positive. He might be my brother. I have no fucking clue.
Is he? I mean, he might just be a step brother.
What are you doing, step bro?
I don't think he's even like. Who knows if he's even actually related to you in any way besides adoption?
You guys know that he's apparently the son of the Avatar.
Maybe he's just saying that the same way this guy said he was an Oni.
Maybe.
Dude, your fucking half brother's been impressive for like
really
a year.
I miss my brother that we saw 2 years ago.
It's been a year.
No, I mean, we started the campaign over 2 years ago.
It's so funny how different the campaign would have been if you guys would have went over to the fucking place where Dylon was taken.
Where was he taken?
He was
the
taken. He was
monastery.
taken over to the monastery that you guys have known about since the beginning of the campaign.
Were we told he was taken to the monastery?
That was the only
told-
you were told that he was probably taken to the only place that the Black Rings had around that area.
The reason why we did that was because at the end of the day, we were like, there's no fucking way he's still there. We've been gone for 9 months. Yeah, that was the reason. We were like, yeah, we'll just walk into the fucking territory of the enemy with an avatar who can't bend to go get a guy that isn't there anymore. That was the reason.
I'm
Okay,
just
no,
thinking-
my it was on point.
It's so interesting to me just how different the campaign would be if you guys would have went to the monastery.
Yo, imagine if we got him and then we learned that I was his brother. Or that he is a fucking faker.
We'll go to.
They're busy
I mean,
cultivating his sword right now and making some sort of avatar-killing death blade.
we'll go there eventually. It's just a lot's
Joke's on
happening.
him. I'm the avatar's avatar anti-avatar killing death blade.
What the fuck did you just say?
Joke's on him. I have a kunai with chain.
Joke's on him. I got trained by mask people. And now have a second me. But they talk like a male even though they look like a girl.
What?
And a woman that's really angry at me because she got bitch slapped by the person who is a girl.
Are you all right?
I'm not okay. How fucking dare you?
I'm so happy we're here.
What a cliffhanger.
You waited a year to tell me that I'm the son of the Avatar, and then you waited another year to tell me that I should be either dead or a black ring.
Yeah, right. See you in January, everybody.
But
Thanks
the
for the
guys
options,
looking.
It's not gonna be
Mom.
in January. We'll see
but
when
Mom-
the next time we
Mom
can have stuff.
and Dad were like, he's just a wee bab. Look how much hair he has as a wee bab. He's just a wee bab.
Look at
It's
that
just-
wee bab with all that wee bab hair.
We're gonna
That wee bad with all that,
we're gonna
that
go,
protagonist hair.
we're Oh god, I'm so fucking dead that I can't even remember the name of the port in fucking RuneScape with the funny music. That's the port that I grew up in.
How's it feel to know that your dad is also your student?
What?
Nuan's also your dad.
Oh yeah. It's,
Your dad is your student, and
I
also younger than
loved
you.
having
we talked
her.
about that.
I loved having her watch the fight because I just wanted to be like, oh yeah. She's like, oh, you don't think I didn't fucking notice how she held that fucking fire dagger or whatever? I know that stance. I know
that
way
stance you
of
did when you were
holding that.
7, when you thought that was a good stance. Why the fuck do you keep using that? Are you an idiot? You got trained by an Oni. How are you so bad?
I could have ran circles around you whenever you left this place. I would have destroyed
more
you.
than I seem, mother.
You're right. Now I'll have to use 2 hands to kick your butt.
You can't give me a ninja spanking if you can't fucking ninja catch me, bitch.
You can't
You can't ninja catch me.
What's that even mean?
Don't worry about it. You're not a ninja. You wouldn't understand.
Good.
You're not a ninja.
Loser.
You're just a fucking bandit.
But yes.
Oh, God. When did my life become the most depressing?
I don't know how many sessions has it been.
I just love how heckin' how it's just like whenever I was just debating on which one of them was dead, and then Lindo's just like, oh, here's Ichibe's mom. Like, I guess the dad's dead.
See you later.
So it was
No,
Lindo's fault.
Here's a question. And this is not trying to push for art or anything like that.
Mhm.
It's just a genuine question.
I have already your dad.
Does that mean that? Okay. Because I was wondering when you showed the portrait, I was like, are they gonna show it?
I mean, I could if you
No?
want me to.
It's up to you. I don't. It
Since
might be fun. It might be
this
fun to
could
even just see it
be-
later.
Since this could be one of the last games we have for a little bit, depending on Nightshade's things and other people's things, I could show that. You guys want to see what was on the portrait?
wanna see my
only if
dad?
chat wants to.
fucker.
Only if chat wants to see, guys. I'll let you guys see if chat wants to see.
We got 3 yeses. That is enough.
All right.
We're getting the yeses.
3
All right,
means
we're gonna see my
y'all.
dad.
This is who was on the portrait.
Huh.
Oh shit, my dad's hot.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
I had it here. I had it here just in case we went to the spirit world really fucking quick. And Lindo got it to me earlier this week.
Don got like a Sephiroth thing going on with his hair.
So here's a question then.
It's
Pretty good.
Itachi
Yo, we've made that joke before. When my hair goes down, I look like fucking Sephiroth because I have the 2 tufts at the front like he does.
Until then, you just look like a collie.
Yep.
Look at
Don't
this
worry
guy.
about the kunai and chain. So if mom died, would she pass down the kunai and chain, or would it have been something different? I'm curious now.
It would have literally been either or. Like
I figured. That made
I'm not gonna
so
lie
much
to you
sense.
and say that there's a bunch of like different freaking family relics that you would have got.
That would have been interesting. Yeah, I don't think I need the broken black rings relic though, Mom. Thanks though. I think I'm good and not. Yeah.
Deco, do you notice the colors now? The
Yeah, look at them.
colors,
Yeah, look at these 3 right now. Look at these 3 colors right now.
Slifer,
Oh my fucking god.
red, raw yellow, obelisk blue.
Oh, dude. I got into the cool kids school. I'm like Chaz if Chaz was actually very docile. I look like I'm trying to punch my dad in the chest.
Take this, Dad. That's what you get for not being here.
And if you move it in the right direction, it looks like I'm trying to jerk him off.
Yeah, this is the man's that would have been on the portrait right there. Look at that boy. Yeah.
I was even gonna ask her, like, I didn't know if it was gonna be appropriate to have like Nuon fucking take Mom into the spirit world, but she probably would have been okay with it. I was gonna be like, do you want me to say anything to him for you? But then she was like, "Can I fucking go, please, please?" I was like, "Nah, yeah."
Whenever
you can,
she
Mom."
heard that like you could
I can't
you could
say.
bring other people to have like last words and stuff like, she's like
She was like,
We cannot let the public know.
And then I got into the conversation about the Avatar, and she was like, "Dormammu, I've come to bargain."
Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Do I have the other? I do not.
Dormammu! Hold that thought.
Dormammu something.
Oh wait, you already fucking know. I have nothing to bargain.
Yep, definitely. You know everything there is to know.
Well, I know a bit.
Everything there is to know.
Oh god. It's gonna be 2, potentially 3 weeks.
Who knows, man? Who knows how long it'll be?
Sit
Again,
on
we'll
this.
have to sit on it, see how everybody is. Potentially we could have things. Who's to say? But
I am gonna have to play so much of the fucking Diamond and Pearl remakes to take my mind off of it. Which is exactly what we're gonna fucking do Friday night, gamers.
And I'll be there.
Saturday and Sunday, because I don't have control over my life.
Boy, I'll be there every day to ask you the question, hey, what about the last Avatar?
I'm gonna get shiny Gibble. No, I can't do that. The poker radar doesn't work in there. I'm gonna get shiny
Other Gibble. Bibble.
Whooper. Yeah.
Oh geez, I have caps lock on. Rain.
Shiny Whoopie.
We're gonna be ending things off here for the night, my guys. I hope everybody enjoyed themselves. We'll hope to see when the next time we can have things going is. We'll be able to let everybody know when that time is going to be. But we're gonna send you guys over to 919 Official because Hayden and Bread are playing some Unravel 2, and I think that'd be pretty fun for everybody to go and see after this whole thing just happened. I hope everybody enjoys this. We enjoy this. We'll see what's going on with Ichibe's family life next time, and maybe we'll see what's going down with the rest of this place. Maybe we'll find a lightning meter. Who's to say? Maybe we'll find somebody. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll just die. Until next time, guys. Like always, later days.
Bye.
Bye.
Later.
Goddamn.